Chapter 719. Ming-er. In midair, Aquillo's eyes reddened as he watched his son fall. It was not easy for golden body powerhouses to give birth to descendants. The stronger they were, the harder it was to give birth to descendants. Under normal circumstances, the descendants of those true king powerhouses were either born when they were weak or their spouses were also very powerful. Only under such circumstances could they give birth to descendants smoothly. However, it was difficult to meet such conditions in the Outland. There were not many female powerhouses in the human world or the catacombs world. Naturally, there was no shortage of true king powerhouses. Female powerhouses could not wait for a true king to take a liking to them. However, it was not possible in the Outland, especially for a rank 8 martial artist like him. If a female powerhouse wanted to take a liking to a rank 8 powerhouse, it would be a city lord powerhouse. He would not have a chance. Aquillo only had this one descendant. Seeing his son being shot down by Lupolu, how could he hold it in? With red eyes, he attacked Lupolu madly. Meanwhile, Lupolu frowned slightly and growled, "Old Ko, kill that kid!" He was a genius. A rank 6 could actually injure his golden body. Even if he was only a first forging golden body, a middle stage rank 6 martial artist could not hurt him. Not everyone was like Li Chongsheng. On the other side, Ko Bianzheng cursed. How do we kill him? That kid had fallen to Feng Yesheng and the rest. How could they kill him? 2 rank 8s and 5 rank 7s were there. It was good enough that they did not attack. Why would they attack them? Did they have a death wish? Retreat! In the distance, Li Chongxing shouted. If they did not retreat, he would not be able to hold on any longer. You want to leave? Not so easy. Monster Sunflower City Lord was also trying his best to make Li Chongxing stay. The other city lord was less than 100 li away. Qin Fengqing and the rest could not care less now. Li Hansong stayed at the back, letting the others attack him. Not only did he not defend, but he used the attack to grab Qin Fengqing and the rest and flew forward together. Kill, kill. These rank 7 martial artists wanted to kill him. It was almost a fool's dream. There was not enough time, or else he would have worn them out. The harder the 6 rank 7s attacked, the faster he ran. At the back, Feng Yesheng watched for a while and suddenly frowned. Li Hansong had been hiding in the armor the whole time, so he hadn't recognized him before. But now he felt a little familiar, especially when that guy hit people with his head. He realized that he had seen this guy before, the genius who was in cahoots with Fang Ping. Beside him, Li Yi did not care about that. She squatted down and stared at Fang Ping. She smiled and said, "Interesting. Feng Yesheng, this fellow actually injured a venerable. Don't you think it's interesting?" Feng Yesheng stared at Li Hansong for a while, then lowered his head to look at Fang Ping, who was still spewing blood. He frowned slightly. "Not bad, but his injuries are quite serious." Li Yi smiled and said nothing. This kind of injury was nothing. He wasn't dead, and the undying god wasn't injured, so there was no problem. And middle stage warlord martial artist could injure a rank 8. That was talent and a high level of control over power. Li Yi looked at Fang Ping for a while and said, "Someone give him some fountain of life." Beside him, a rank 8 powerhouse heard him and quickly poured some life essence for Fang Ping. Fang Ping gulped it down, then said with difficulty, "Thank you, Your Highness." Li Yi nodded slightly, stood up, and chuckled. "You have some ability. Enter the restricted area. When you reach the royal court, I still lack a gatekeeper. You'll do it." Beside her, Feng Yesheng frowned slightly but said nothing. Although a middle stage rank 6 martial artist had decent ability, it was nothing in the restricted area. If this kid was rank 7, he might be tempted, but he was only rank 6 unless he reached rank 7 soon, then he could fight for it. While they were talking, Li Hansong had already led his men and ran all the way out of Royal City. Old Man Li brought up the rear, holding back 2 rank 9 powerhouses. At this time, Old Man Li caught a glimpse of Quillo who was still fighting Lupolu. His gaze flickered. The kid who injured Lupolu just now, was it Fong Ping? He did not know, but it was most likely Fong Ping. Qiluo was a rank 8 powerhouse. Once he came into contact with Fong Ping for a long time, he would easily notice something was wrong. He did not know if Fong Ping could sneak into the restricted area or how long it would take, but he could not give Qiluo the chance to interact with him for a long time. Thinking of this, the golden glow on Old Man Li's long sword became sharp and piercing. Monster Sunflower City's Lord and Monster Sunflower City's expressions changed slightly. At this time, Old Man Li slashed with his sword. The sword gleam pierced through the air, heading straight for Qiluo. How dare you! Monster Sunflower City's Lord roared. On the other side, Qiluo's face was also full of fear. He sobered up instantly, not daring to entangle Lupolu anymore. His golden body shone brightly, the destructive force emerging. With a roar, he retreated hastily. Monster Sunflower City's Lord also slashed with his sword, destroying Li Changxing's sword gleam. He only had 2 rank 8 powerhouses under his command. Even though Qiluo had made a mistake earlier, he could not let Qiluo die. Rumble! An explosion sounded and the void split open. Not far away, Lupolu and Qiluo both spat out blood, both of them flying backward. Old Man Li's silhouette pierced through the air, grabbing Lupolu. His speed was extremely fast, catching up with Qin Fengqing and the rest, dragging them as they flew toward Hope City. Monster Sunflower City's Lord was just about to give chase when a rank 9 powerhouse's aura appeared not far away. Wu Qishan was no longer guarding Hope City. Instead, he had rushed over to provide support. Snake King Longevity Sword. Monster Sunflower City's Lord was furious. He roared, "Since you want to fight, then let's fight. From today onwards, we won't rest until one of us is dead." Nonsense. In front, Old Man Li sneered as he fled. "You speak as if there was a truce earlier. I'll wait for you to fight. Humph." Monster Sunflower City's Lord did not give chase. His eyes were cold and fierce. The Longevity Sword said that he was talking nonsense, but it was not nonsense. In the past, in the war between Monster Sunflower City and humans, battles between high ranks were rare. Monster Sunflower City mostly carried out the True King's orders. However, these people's attack on Monster Sunflower City today had thoroughly angered him. If that was the case, then future wars would no longer be small-scale battles. After this, he would definitely contact other cities to attack Hope City, and Monster would city together. MCMAU's people asked for it. Father! In the city, Fong Ping drank the life essence. His injuries healed rapidly. Right now, he could not care less about the others. He leaped up and hugged Kuei Ming, who had fallen. Kuei Ming had just been hit by 2 rank 9s. Although he did not die, his injuries were not light. Right now, golden blood was rolling in his mouth. Many cracks had appeared on his golden body. "Father, cough, cough." "I'm fine." Kuei Ming's face was pale. He glanced at Fong Ping and heaved a sigh of relief. He spat out a few more mouthfuls of blood and panted, "I'll be fine after resting for half a month." His injuries were not too serious. However, this time he had endured the aftermath of 2 rank 9's attacks. Without 10 days to half a month, he would not be able to recover. Fong Ping panted heavily when he heard that. Kuei Ming reprimanded him again. Don't mess around next time. If I didn't hold him back just now, you would have died long ago. How can you achieve great things if you're so impulsive?" Fong Ping said hurriedly, "I was just too angry. When I saw that father was hurt by him." Sigh. Kuei Ming sighed softly. He frowned slightly. "Has your induction convergence technique broken through?" "I've been diligently cultivating the induction convergence technique these days. I'm worried that I'll enter the restricted zone and embarrass father when I reach the royal court." Fong Ping said that, but he cursed in his heart. I've called you father so many times. If you don't compensate me with your life, it won't be enough. Not only you better use Big Sunflower's life to compensate me. Don't say it's very possible. It's best not to expose this identity. I'll use it the next time I come back to kill all of you. The two of them put on a good show of a loving father and a filial son. In mid-air, the monster Sunflower City Lord landed. Kuei Ming also returned to his original position. The monster Sunflower City Lord glanced at everyone. His expression did not look too good. A commander-in-chief had died in battle. In the past, it was really not a big deal. However, in the last battle at Monsterwood City, 6 out of 14 commander-in-chiefs died in battle. This time another one died. Half of them were already dead. Seeing that Kuei Luo's injuries were not too serious, the monster Sunflower City Lord was relieved. If another venerable died in battle, then monster Sunflower City's combat power would be greatly reduced. Kuei Luo, go back and recuperate. Recover from your injuries as soon as possible. King, Kuei Luo glanced at his son. The monster Sunflower City Lord frowned slightly. Kuei Ming entering the restricted area is already a foregone conclusion. There won't be any changes. Go. Thank you, King. Kuei Luo hurriedly stood up and cupped his hands. Fong Ping followed suit and bowed, his face full of excitement. Although he was almost certain before, he was not completely sure. Now he was 100% sure. The monster Sunflower City Lord did not say much. He glanced at Fong Ping and nodded slightly. Kuei Ming, don't be arrogant when you go to the royal court. There are countless geniuses in the royal court. Hurry up and thank the two highnesses for giving you a chance. Hearing that, Fong Ping immediately turned around and bowed to Feng Mieshing and Kuei Ming to thank them. With a face full of respect, he said, "Thank you, your highnesses, for your help." Lian smiled faintly. There aren't many geniuses in the outer domain. You're considered to have some talent. No need to thank me. Cultivate well and enter the commander level as soon as possible. If you don't become a commander level, you're all trash and a waste of resources. Your subordinate will definitely not let your highness down. Lian yawned and did not say anything else. Her expression was languid. On the side, Feng Mieshing looked at the city, Lord's mansion beside him. It was slightly damaged. He frowned and said, "The people of MCMAU are arrogant and despotic. They actually dared to take the initiative to attack Monster Sunflower City. This time, when we return to the royal court, we will definitely report to the Lord and fight MCMAU again." As for the fact that they did not make a move earlier, the two of them did not even mention it. The Monster Sunflower City Lord did not say anything either. He nodded slightly and beckoned for the two of them to continue to rest in the city Lord's mansion. As for the others, he did not instruct them anything. Needless to say, there would naturally be people who would clean up the mess. As for Fong Ping and Kuei Luo, they did not follow them. Instead, they returned to their own courtyards through another path. As they walked, Kuei Luo said softly, "Ming-er, although you were reckless this time, Her Highness Lian has taken notice of you. However, I heard that the Lord is weak. Although Her Highness Lian is one of the heirs to the Lord, she may not be able to inherit the throne. When you arrive at the royal court, you can use Her Highness Lian's influence to gain a foothold in the royal court. If there's a chance, you can become a disciple of a divine general. Maybe you can become a disciple of a true king. Don't rush back. Now that the war has begun, the outskirts are dangerous. If possible, enter the king's territory as soon as possible and become the city lord. When that time comes, I will also find a way to enter the restricted area and meet up with you." Kuei Luo's words slightly surprised Fong Ping. It seemed that these catacombs powerhouses were not stupid. The war had begun. Now that the situation was critical, it was not only the humans who felt this way. These powerhouses in the outskirts of the catacombs also felt the danger. This fellow Kue Luo was not someone who would betray his companions to escape. He was also very afraid of death. This time, sending his son to the restricted area was probably also to have a way out. "It's a pity that your son has just died," Fong Ping muttered in his heart, but his expression was solemn. He nodded hurriedly and said in a low voice, "Father, I heard that Her Highness Lian likes to hunt for novelties. Do you have any unique treasures at home?" "Your son can offer them to Her Highness," Aquila frowned slightly. "A unique treasure?" Sunflower glanced at Fong Ping and thought for a moment before saying, "In recent years, His Highness has bestowed me with 100 sunflower fruits. During the banquet, Her Highness Li Yi had asked His Highness to present the sunflower fruits. However, I had originally planned to wait until you've become a peak general before using these sunflower fruits when you've become a quasi-commander." Fong Ping's gaze flickered. He said hurriedly, "Father, it's better to save the sunflower fruit for when I advance. If I don't advance to commander level, I won't have any status in the royal court. If I want to become a true king's disciple, I'll have to advance to commander level as soon as possible." That family. Aquila glanced at his son again. This time he wasn't blaming him, but rather feeling gratified. His son was both brave and intelligent, and he was even stronger than he was. Sooner or later, he would have great accomplishments after entering the Forbidden Region. Since that was the case, if he wanted his son to have a firm foothold in the royal court, he would just have to bleed. "A few years ago, I obtained 3 golden body fruits in the 100 Beasts forest. I was planning to use them for my own use to break through to the upper level of the supremacy realm. However, my progress has been slow these few years, and I'm afraid that I won't be able to break through to the upper level. Since that's the case, you can go to the treasury later and take it." Fong Ping despised him in his heart. "Damn it, I thought you'd have some savings, but you only have 3 golden fruits." He had seen this thing before. Back then, when Old Yao gave away 10 divine weapons, Old Zhang gave Old Yao a golden fruit. However, something that could make a paragon take action would not be too bad. The golden fruit was a great help in forging the physique. Although it was not as valuable as 10 divine weapons, it was still as valuable as 1 divine weapon. Aquila got 3 of them in one go. If he was willing, he might be able to exchange them for a rank 8 divine weapon that was slightly inferior. However, in the catacombs, energy fruits were easy to come by, but divine weapons were hard to come by, especially in the outer domain. There were not many demons in the outer domain. Rank 8 demons were all Forbidden Land demons, the kind that huddled together. It was very difficult to have divine weapons. Today, powerhouses like the mayor of Monster Sunflower City were all using divine weapons rewarded by the Forbidden Land. The mayor of Skygate City, who was the first to use a divine weapon, was almost surrounded and killed by the demons. It was only in the later stages that the Forbidden Land demons stopped using divine weapons, which came from the accumulation of many years of war. Otherwise, even if the mayor of Monster Sunflower City had a divine weapon, he might not have dared to use it. 3 golden fruits, that's not too bad. There's also a treasure trove. That's good, I'll take them all. I'll just say it's for bribing. Fong Ping glanced at Aquila. This old guy was going to recuperate later. He was probably not guarded against his own son. If he emptied out his treasure trove, he probably would not have any objections, right? Very soon, both of them arrived at the courtyard. As soon as he returned, Aquila went to recuperate. There were still remnants of old man Li's sword aura in his body, still destroying his flesh. If he did not expel it soon, his injuries would become more serious. As soon as Fong Ping returned, a maidservant immediately came forward, bowing and greeting. "Young commander." Aquila was the commander of the Imperial Guards, with a high position and power. Although Fong Ping was only rank 6, he was not called a general. Everyone in Monster Sunflower City called him young commander. Fong Ping ignored these people. The more he said, the more mistakes he would make. At this moment, it was not convenient for him to use his mentality. Fang Ping wandered around the courtyard, and no one dared to stop him. Very soon, Fang Ping found the treasure trove. In front of Aquila's treasure trove, there were also 2 rank 6 powerhouses guarding. When they saw Fang Ping, they bowed and greeted. "Open the treasure trove. Father ordered me to retrieve some treasures." Both of them did not dare to stop him, and quickly opened the treasure trove. Inside the treasure trove, Fang Ping walked around casually. A rank 8 powerhouses' belongings were quite generous. These powerhouses did not have storage rings, so they could only store things. Most of them were still energy stones. As one of the few rank 8 powerhouses, there were mineral veins underground. Every year, these rank 8 powerhouses received a lot of energy stones. Moreover, Aquila and the others all had properties in the city. As the commander of the Imperial Guards, Aquila received a lot of benefits too. Fang Ping saw a storeroom that specialized in storing energy stones. More than 10 boxes of rank 9 energy stones. A box of 1,000 caddies. So much. Fang Ping's eyes were bright. There was at least 12,000 caddies. 6 tons. F***CK, this rank 8 martial artist actually collected so much wealth? The value was as high as 3.6 trillion. In the catacombs, high-rank powerhouses, especially royal city powerhouses, did not lack energy stones. There was no shortage of VIPs like Aquila. These people received a lot of energy stones every year, but their strength progressed slowly and their consumption was not high. If they saved 100 caddies a year, in the next 100 years, they could save 10,000 caddies. Of course, they could not save that much, and sometimes they would consume a lot. However, Aquila had properties, and he would also exploit those people outside the city, including those in the city. It was understandable that he had so much savings. Should I take it away? Fang Ping was conflicted. Trillions. But how could he take it? If he took it away, would he not be telling others that he had storage equipment? However, if he did not take it away, Fang Ping could only watch as tens of thousands of caddies of rank 9 energy stones were left here. He felt like his heart was bleeding. 6 tons. The last time he excavated a royal city mineral vein, he did not even get this much. Because in their hands, the royal city mineral vein was no longer a renewable resource. But in the catacombs, it was renewable. In the catacombs, the monster plants would absorb the nearby energy to maintain the mineral vein. The huge energy sun in the sky was also constantly overflowing with energy. That energy sun seemed to be producing endless energy. This was the main reason why the catacombs was rich in energy and there were so many energy stones. Aquila's family was rich and Monster Sunflower City had not had many wars with humans, so they were much wealthier than Skygate City. If there was a war, they had to burn money. Every time there was a war, these powerhouses would be injured, and healing them would consume a lot of energy. The people of Skygate City were poor, and so were the high-ranked powerhouses. But the people of Monster Sunflower City were quite rich. What should I do? Fang Ping struggled for a while. He did not look at this anymore, but looked elsewhere. Soon, Fang Ping found a lot of energy fruits in the depths of the treasure vault. 100 honing fruit, vein molding flower, and 3 golden fruits. There were no divine fruit. Many natural treasures related to improving mentality were special products of the catacombs. Some catacombs did not produce these things. Magic City's catacombs, however, did not lack treasures in this area. Sunflower fruit, also known as sunflower seeds. In a crystal treasure box, Fang Ping found a box of golden sunflower seeds. Good stuff. Fang Ping held the treasure box, his face full of surprise. The sunflower monster did not produce too many sunflower seeds every year, and rank 9 did not need them. They were mainly distributed to the other powerhouses of Monster Sunflower City, and Aquila could get 3 to 5 every year. Aquila had lived in Monster Sunflower City for hundreds of years, and he had achieved golden body for as long as 60 years. After so many years, he had gotten a lot, but a lot of it was used by him, and he had also rewarded some to the Imperial Guards. Now, there were only about 100 left. Fang Ping did not waste any time. He picked up a sunflower seed and swallowed it. Soon, Fang Ping's eyes moved, and he was pleasantly surprised. One sunflower seed could actually increase his mentality by 5 hertz. He was a rank 8 martial artist. Although his mentality was a little weak, it was still comparable to a peak rank 7 powerhouse's mentality. He could actually increase it by 5 hertz. Fang Ping understood that the first time was a big increase. The next time would probably be a little weaker, but 5 hertz was relatively not a small increase. After swallowing these 100 sunflower seeds, I can increase my mentality by at least close to 300 hertz. This thing's effect is better than the divine fruit. The divine fruit is only effective for martial artists with mentality below 500 hertz. But it can't compare to this. If this is used by a rank 6 martial artist, the effect will be at least 5 times better than mine. Fang Ping weighed it in his heart. A rank 6 martial artist could increase their mentality by at least 20 hertz if they took one. That was the minimum. The things that a rank 9 monster plant gave birth to were indeed extraordinary. The dark moon grass was only born from a rank 7 monster plant, but its effect was already extremely amazing. It was only because the sunflower produced a lot of sunflower seeds every year that the effect was spread out. Otherwise, even the heavenly golden lotus might not be able to compare. The flower disc of the sunflower is definitely more effective than the heavenly golden lotus. Fang Ping swallowed again. It was really good luck to encounter a monster plant with special effects like this. A heavenly golden lotus had a total of 8 petals. The price of one petal was 20 billion from old Zhang's side. The value of a heavenly golden lotus was even more expensive than a rank 9 divine weapon. A normal rank 9 monster plant, even a complete one, was worth more than 100 billion. This sunflower, however, was definitely worth more than that. If the flower disc really had an effect on mentality, it would be worth at least 300 billion. A sunflower seed is worth at least 1 billion and above. Fang Ping put the treasure box into the big pocket in his hand and waited patiently. How much wealth could it increase? He should be very safe now. There was no danger because Guoluo did not suspect him. That was enough. As expected, Fang Ping's eyes moved quickly. His wealth had really increased. Seeing this, Fang Ping hesitated no more. He was rich. 100 honing fruit, sunflower seed, golden body fruit, vein sculpting flower. Fang Ping threw everything he saw into the big pocket. The treasure trove mainly contained these energy fruits and energy stones. As for some weapons, they might be comparable to A-grade alloy weapons, but Fang Ping did not fancy them. Even if he did fancy them, it would not be good to take them away. There was no use in bringing these things out of the treasure trove. I've really struck it rich. Fang Ping was overjoyed. He began to plan whether he should do this a few more times in the future. The catacombs' powerhouses did not care too much about these things. If he pretended to be their family, he might get a lot of benefits. Moreover, he did not need to fight. 100 sunflower seeds, worth hundreds of billions. 3 golden body fruits, worth more than 30 billion. The other energy fruits added together are worth more than 10 billion, almost 150 billion. Fang Ping grinned in joy. This was called earning money while lying down. Old Zhang had gone to a few holy lands and obtained 1,000 caddies of energy stones. How could he be so shameless? Look at the tens of thousands of caddies of energy stones next to it. He was too lazy to take them. Energy fruits are more useful. Maybe the source stones can't be wasted too. Fang Ping gritted his teeth. He could not let go of the tens of thousands of caddies of energy stones. This was money, a few trillion. Thinking of this, Fang Ping walked out of the treasure trove quickly and shouted at the 2-rank 6 martial artists guarding. Go, bring out all the life stones and send them to my room. Liquefied life stones. I want to cultivate and break through to upper stage warlord. The 2-rank 6 powerhouses were stunned. Liquefied life stones? There was such a thing, but was it necessary? Both of them were still puzzled. Fong Ping thought for a while and frowned. Father is in closed-door cultivation. It's very slow for me to liquefy. How about this? You guys go and change it to liquefied life liquid and send it to my room. Stone-like ones were difficult to carry, but liquefied ones were easy, right? More than 10,000 caddies. If it was liquefied and compressed, it would be 1 or 2,000 caddies at most. 1 or 2,000 caddies. Just compress it into a big ball. He would use the excuse of breaking through and spend more than half of it. The rest was easy. As Fong Ping said this, one of them said hurriedly, Young Commander, how much do you want exchange? Exchanging for liquefied energy liquid could really be done. He just needed to pay a small processing fee. It was not too difficult for high-rank powerhouses to liquefy energy stones. All of them. Both of them were stunned. All of them? You, a rank 6 martial artist, wanted to use all the life stones to cultivate? What a joke! This was the High Commander's savings for 100 years. Fong Ping shouted, Hurry up! Father has already agreed. I'm going to enter the restricted area soon and reach the royal court. This little bit of strength is not enough. When I have a firm foothold in the royal court, this little bit of life stones will be nothing. Young Commander, should we ask the High Commander? Father is healing. Don't be ridiculous. Fong Ping looked angry, his eyes dangerous. Why? You want to disobey orders? Both of them looked terrified and did not dare to say anything. Fong Ping put his hands behind his back and left straight away. After he left, both of them looked at each other, their faces full of helplessness. There were so many life stones. The young commander wanted to liquefy them all to cultivate. Was this not a waste? In the catacombs, the energy stones were polished into cubes. One stone usually represented a weight of about 1 caddy. Tens of thousands of rank 9 life stones. If only energy was considered, it was enough for a person to start from 0 and cultivate to rank 9. There would even be a lot left. But now a rank 6 was going to be used in one go. The more they thought about it, the more they cursed in their hearts. Wastrel, even if you wanted to break through, 1,000 stones would be enough for you. 100 stones would be more than enough. In the end, he actually wanted to use all of them. Was he not afraid that the High Commander would come out of closed-door cultivation? However, thinking that the young commander was the High Commander's son, and that the High Commander had always pampered the son, if he knew, he would probably scold him a little at most. Both of them were helpless and did not dare to neglect it. If the High Commander knew, he would just scold them a little. However, if they did not listen to orders now, and the young commander got angry later, it would not be a matter of scolding them. Very soon, both of them gathered their manpower and started moving those energy stones. As for the energy fruits in the treasury that the young commander had taken away, everyone pretended that they did not see it. They could not do anything about it. At the same time, Fong Ping was so happy that his mouth was almost crooked. The energy fruits had increased his wealth by 16 million points in one go. Later, when those energy stones were replaced with energy liquids, even if it was a lot less, it would be equivalent to 10,000 caddies of energy stones. That would be worth 3 trillion. Ha ha ha, earning money is too easy. Fong Ping was ecstatic, but his expression did not change. He despised old Zhang even more. Popper, look at how I earn money. Genius 1 second to remember website address, mobile version URL. Chapter 720. Meanwhile, Earth, capital city. Zhang Tao received the call and frowned slightly. Even in the middle of the night, the Ministry of Education was still brightly lit. You didn't suffer any losses, did you? No. He killed a rank 7 martial artist. Li Chongqing brought his men back. On the other end of the line, someone reported the news. Then, after a moment of hesitation, he said, "Minister, is it really appropriate to hand over Magic City catacombs to MCMAU?" The few from MCMAU were extremely belligerent. In today's battle, although they had killed a rank 7 martial artist, Dean Li and the others were almost held up. If anything happens, the person who reported the news felt somewhat helpless. Humans were not as powerful as the catacombs. It was not a good thing to be overly belligerent. Just like tonight's battle, it shouldn't have happened. A meaningless battle. He did kill a rank 7 on the other side, but it was still extremely dangerous. If the catacombs' powerhouses had arrived a little faster, Li Chongqing might have fallen into the trap. Otherwise, if another rank 9 invaded Wu Quishan's side and he could not come to support, then it would be even more dangerous. Zhang Tao muttered, "I'll talk to them later." It's time for Li Chongqing to suffer a little. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Tao frowned again. "What are you doing? Don't you know how to respect personal privacy?" Li Zhen was stunned for a long time before he couldn't help but curse. "Talk about yourself. I need to talk to you about something. What's going on in Shanghai? If MCMAU is always like this, fighting these unnecessary battles, then I will have to consider whether or not to allow MCMAU to guard the Magic City catacombs. These bastards, can't they be more realistic? Zhang Tao, you have to change the culture of martial arts universities. Now, Hua Nation doesn't have the strength to initiate a war. The situation is already bad, but if they initiate a war, won't they be adding to our burden?" Li Zhen felt very helpless. Li Chongqing used to be quite steady, but what happened? Today's battle was indeed meaningless. It was said that it was just to snatch the sunflower seeds. When Li Zhen received the news, he was almost oppressed to death. A group of robbers? Most importantly, he wasn't as strong as others. Weren't he afraid of being beaten to death by bandits? Zhang Tao chuckled and said, "It's not a big deal to fight a little." However, the defensive zone was about to change. If MCMAU were to guard the Magic City catacombs, the Magic City catacombs would need to arrange for a paragon to hold the fort. Once the War King recovers from his injuries, I'll let him oversee the 7 southern regions. As for the 9 southern regions, Nanyan, you will oversee them. Li Zhen said seriously, "Is there a need? The 6 southern regions have Ancestor Way, but now the 7 southern regions. It's a little troublesome here in Magic City. With MCMAU suppression, this kind of battle will happen frequently, but we can't just leave MCMAU and not use it. That would be too wasteful. It was necessary for the War King to oversee the battle. If we don't make it in time, the true king will kill Li Chongqing and the others." Zhang Tao's words made Li Zhen feel helpless. What he said made sense. After some thought, Li Zhen said, "Luckily Fang Ping is in closed-door cultivation. Otherwise, if this guy knew that the people from MCMAU were robbing him, he might not be able to hold back an attack. That would be even worse. What you said makes sense. The 7 southern regions should be guarded by experts." Zhang Tao didn't say anything. What did this old man know? If it was not because of Fang Ping's instructions, Li Chongqing would not have started this war because he had nothing better to do. Fang Ping was in closed-door cultivation. Maybe it was closed-door cultivation in the catacombs. Li Zhen didn't continue this topic. He said, "Yesterday and today, the number of people who signed up to join the army exceeded 500,000. Zhang Tao, how do you think we should handle this? Also, other countries are pressuring us now. Some small countries are already in turmoil. They don't have enough resources for everyone to cultivate. You seized a section of the mineral vein before, and this time you've conquered the forbidden catacombs. What the other countries mean is that since Sino Nation took the initiative to disclose the information, then we should take responsibility. Resources must be shared. Shared my ass?" Zhang Tao swore and said exasperatedly, "Who told you that? Who said that? Don't you know to kill him with a sword? Where did our resources come from? Didn't we fight for them? In these 2 years, how many high-ranked martial artists have died in battle in Sino Nation? Tell them to stop talking nonsense. If they keep talking nonsense, I'll lead the Sino Nation elites to seek refuge in the catacombs. I'd like to see who dies in the end. All of you work, but don't contribute. Do you live for me? Is it really my responsibility alone? Those good-for-nothings, if they don't contribute, we might as well let the catacombs invade Earth. Sino Nation's other things aside, if we join hands with Heavenly King Suppression, it won't be difficult to save some people's lives. We have this capital, but do they? Each and every one of them dares to hoot at me all the time. Don't piss me off. I've been extremely impatient these past few years. Inform the other 5 Holy Lands to start a war soon. If they really lack strength, Sino Nation can send some people to help. However, they have to be the main force. After obtaining the resources, we'll split the profits, 370. Sino Nation wants 30%. It's not a lot. Also warn them. If they continue to play dead, I'll ask Fangping to harm them. Believe it or not, I'll do it. Li Zhen was stunned for a moment. These words seemed to have a deeper meaning. How to harm them? As if he knew what he was thinking, Zhang Tao sneered. It's so simple. Ask that kid to walk around each catacombs, conceal his aura, and blow up 1 or 2 royal cities. These people will fight until their brains bleed. Don't force me. I don't want them to passively participate in the war. I've always been too lazy to care about them. But now he even dared to ask for resources to be shared. Did he really think that he was a pushover? Tell them my exact words. I can't be bothered with them. They can do whatever they want. If they can't do it, then ask them to surrender. I want to see if the catacombs will accept it, and if they will kill them. If they surrender, I'll go to the catacombs and engage in guerrilla warfare. At most, I'll go to the domain zone or the Forbidden Sea. Can they really kill me? Your temper! Li Zhen was speechless and said helplessly, Don't be so irritable. They didn't mean it that way. But now that the news has been made public, China is still fine. But other places are indeed a little chaotic. Everyone strives for strength to protect themselves. But the lack of resources is indeed very severe. It's difficult. It's hard for them, but it's also hard for us. Over the years, he had only managed to save some good stuff in the past 2 years. However, he had risked his life to get those things. How could he give them to them? If you have the ability, then snatch it yourself. Asking us to give it to them is impossible. Then MCMAU's mineral vein. Don't be silly. If you set your sights on the MCMAU mineral vein, would the MCMAU guys be happy? How could Fangping be willing? If these guys quit, you'll have to fight for them in the future. These guys haven't reached the pinnacle yet. They're all bandits. You can snatch some, share some. Don't kill the chicken and take the eggs. Don't you understand this principle? Don't worry, there will be more income later. That kid Fangping can't stay idle. Sooner or later, he'll go out and make a fortune. Once he makes a fortune, I guarantee that something will happen. If something happens, collect some protection fees from him. Li Zhen's head hurt. He said angrily, We're not a triad. Zhang Tao's mouth was full of slang. Listening to him, he thought that he was a triad. What make a fortune? What protection fees? Was it appropriate for these words to come out of your mouth? No wonder martial arts universities had changed so much in the past few years. It was all Zhang Tao, this old bastard's bad influence. Zhang Tao said indifferently, Whatever you say. Aren't you capable? Then go and snatch it yourself. There are still many mineral veins at Mount Royal Sea. Take some time to move a few back. That's all 10,000 demon royal courts territory. You want to start a war with them? Then there's nothing I can do. You can't get good stuff on your own. And now you're complaining about the lack of resources. Can you make something out of nothing? Other than nurturing some small bandits, what else can you do? The military department is almost being nurtured into cats by you. They're ferocious tigers. Be a little wilder. Take some time to fight a few battles, find some small mineral veins, and let people dig them. Some people die that can't be helped. Li Zhen was silent for a while. He did not say anything else. Zhang Tao thought for a while and said, "Don't evacuate Magic City's military department. Just put it under MCMAU's name. Call it the MCMAU Army. Tens of thousands of people will belong to MCMAU in the future. Recruit another 50,000 soldiers this year to make up an army of 100,000. I don't care what you call it. If the MCMAU Army doesn't like it, the Fangping Army is fine too. Feed these 100,000 people for me. Do as he pleases. Also, don't hold back FMS. Didn't he want to merge with them? Help him. FMS will belong to MCMAU in the future. I'll have to depend on him to feed them." Li Zhen was stunned. After a while he said, "You're saying let MCMAU feed these people?" "No, Fangping will feed them." "Is he willing?" "Nonsense. He asked for it himself. I didn't force him. Doesn't he want to see MCMAU become stronger than ever? Doesn't he want to be on par with the 3 departments and 4 houses? What's wrong with that? If he wants to do it himself, then he'll feed them himself. Where will he find so many resources to feed these people? Ideas are thought of by humans." Zhang Tao grinned and said, "This kid wants to snatch my position. Fine, I'll let him do it. I'll throw the Wuhan military to him later. Doesn't he want power? Doesn't he want to save face? I want to see how he's going to feed the Wuhan military with close to 40,000 martial artists." Li Zhen suddenly sympathized with Fangping. He could not help but say, "Isn't it inappropriate for you to trick him like this?" "What are you saying? Did I force him?" Zhang Tao chuckled. "He asked for it himself, didn't he? He wanted to poach people last time. Fine, I'll let him poach later. I'll let them bring the army to him. Is he satisfied now? Does he really think that being a minister is easy? It's not that simple. If he can't feed these people, he won't be able to face anyone. I'll see if he dares to bring this up again." Li Zhen was silent for 3 seconds. He said, "What if he really wants to feed them?" "Nothing. Give it to him then. I'll be happy to have it easy." Li Zhen was silent again. He said, "Isn't he no longer in closed-door cultivation?" Don't lie to me. Did he go out to reap some benefits? Otherwise, what do you mean by looking like you're about to reap some benefits?" Zhang Tao's expression turned serious. Bullsh *T. How could it be so obvious? I have a headache. Why would he think that he's about to reap some benefits? Where did he go? Li Zhen asked again. Then his face turned livid. Could he have gone to the Magic City catacombs? Was he the one who ordered the war this time? After thinking for a while, he said suddenly, no, if he was the one who ordered it, how could there be so little movement? He didn't reap many benefits, either. Could it be that he's gone overseas? Or he's gone to the Tianan catacombs, preparing to go to the bounded domain? No, I have to get someone to keep an eye on him. Zhang Tao coughed softly. He denied. How could that be? He didn't go to the bounded domain or the outer realm. The outer realm is hunting for him. Would he dare to show his face? Don't worry. He's still in closed-door cultivation. Li Zhen felt that there was a deeper meaning to this. He did not think too much about it. In his heart, he wondered if he should go to MCMAU to take a look. That kid was not a good person. His strength was not much, but his ability to cause trouble was really extraordinary. Sino Nation had been in many wars recently. Although the losses were not too great, frequent wars were not a good thing. Very quickly, Zhang Tao changed the topic. If we're training soldiers, the Forbidden Catacombs is more suitable. Conscription. Since everyone knows the dangers of the catacombs, they still want to sign up. That's patriotic. Since they're not willing to wait for death and the extinction of mankind, then we'll give them a chance. This time, conscript 1 million soldiers. It's only been 2 days, and so many people have signed up. 1 million is not a lot. After all these years, we still have some reserves. At this time, if we don't use it, there's no point in keeping it. The pill company has a lot of reserves too. Use it all you want. Continue to lower the price of basic pills. Those who join the army will be free. At least we have to train these people into martial artists. As for the future, it's up to them. This year, the martial arts universities recruited hundreds of thousands of people, and the military department conscripted 1 million people. If all of them become martial artists, the number of martial artists in Sino Nation will exceed 4 million. This is the end of the world, but it's also a golden age, the age of martial arts. Zhang Tao's tone was slightly complicated. For 1 million martial artists, this was unimaginable in the past. 100 years ago, there were no more than 10,000 martial artists in Sino Nation. In just 100 years, this number had increased by 400 times. Li Jun also sighed. This was indeed a golden age. In the past 1,000 years, this was the era with the most martial artists. It was the most prosperous era. It was also the era with the most powerhouses in the past 1,000 years. Soon, the number of martial artists in the world would reach 10 million. At this point, Zhang Tao said in a low voice, "There's one more thing. The sect world." Previously, the sect world leaders gathered in Chengzhou to suppress the Chengzhou catacombs. This time, Zhao Xingwu defected and escaped. Without him holding the fort, the sect world's strength is greatly reduced. Kong Lingyuan holding the fort in Chengzhou is not a long-term solution. I'm preparing to inform those old fellows that the sect world needs to hold at least one catacomb. Otherwise, all resources will not be open to the sect world in the future. Whether they work together or hire others, in short, they need to hold the fort in one catacomb. Also, those resurrected martial artists over at Stellar Sky City, those who didn't come out last time, come out this time. You tell Stellar Sky City that these people are martial artists of the sect world. Although the sect world has declined, they don't want to see the sect completely destroyed, so come out. Stellar Sky City does have resources, but I've already discussed it with a few families. In the future, these families will withdraw from this plan and will no longer provide resources. If those families are still willing to provide resources, I have no objections. We'll continue to support them. Whether we can support them or not depends on them. Finally, it's still the same as before. Do you want the cultivation method or not? If you want it, then let people come out to hold the fort in the catacombs. If you don't want it, then continue to fight on the battlefield. Li Zhen, I'm warning you, if you dare to spread the cultivation method recklessly, I won't be polite to you. At this point, Zhang Tao said in a low voice, Stellar Sky City really doesn't have the cultivation method for the brain nucleus? Even the Heavenly King, Subduing King, doesn't have it? If not, how on earth did these people cultivate to the pinnacle back then? Li Zhen said in a low voice, if the old ancestor says there isn't, then there's a high probability that there isn't. Otherwise, he wouldn't hide these things. Then tell me, how did they cultivate to the pinnacle? Moreover, they're in the same era. Li Zhen was silent for a moment and slowly said, perhaps they were originally at the pinnacle. Zhang Tao's pupils shrank. He said in a low voice, you're saying resurrection. Resurrection in another sense. Li Zhen's spiritual force fluctuated fiercely. He said in a low voice, it's not the kind of death, but a deep slumber, or perhaps the kind of blood resurrection, where they lost all memories and were resurrected by someone. The old ancestors themselves may not know how they reached the pinnacle. Otherwise, the old ancestors wouldn't have found it so difficult to advance even an inch for several hundred years. The old ancestors' strength isn't actually too strong. This is because they might lack some past experiences. They aren't too clear about how they reached the pinnacle. Nan Yunhua has just broken through. The two old ancestors, Qin and Xin, are probably not as strong as her. There's no reason that the pinnacle of the neo-martial era must be stronger than the old ancestors. If they don't know how they reached the pinnacle in the past, then it makes sense. They have already forgotten how they stepped onto this path. For several hundred years, they're more or less the same as us, starting anew. The higher you stand, the more difficult it is to start anew. Among these people, my old ancestor and the Battle King have already comprehended their own path, but the others may not be able to. Zhang Tao, what do you think? There's this possibility. Zhang Tao's eyes turned. He mumbled, resurrection. They were resurrected by someone. There really is this possibility. That old ghost Battle King has chatted with me several times. When I asked about his past, that old ghost was very silent. He was probably depressed and didn't know too much. It's a very large scale. So many pinnacles. Could they have all been resurrected? Forget it. I'll ignore them for now. The possibility isn't small. Don't look at that old fellow Battle King because he's old. I feel that his thoughts are very simple. I'm afraid he hasn't seen much of the world. Perhaps as soon as he was resurrected, he began to stand guard at Imperial Sea Mountain. Otherwise, how could someone who's hundreds and thousands of years old be so simple and care about so many generations of descendants? The pinnacles of suppressing Star City greatly valued and doted on their descendants. Otherwise, they wouldn't have allowed them to go out and gain experience only after reaching the rank 6 realm. If he was really an old ghost who had lived for thousands of years, not to mention that his feelings were completely extinguished, he would not be as sentimental as he was now. Following Zhang Tao's change of topic, both of them talked about the pinnacles. As for Fang Ping, Li Zhen temporarily forgot about him. Old Zhang said that Fang Ping did not enter the catacombs. It was probably true. As for Zhang Tao saying that he did not enter the Outland or the bounded boundaries, nonsense. Other than these places, where else could Fang Ping go? Could it be that he went through Imperial Sea Mountain and went to the restricted area? Or maybe he went to the Forbidden Sea. That would be courting death. Li Zhen did not think about these aspects at the moment. Magic City Catacombs. Very soon, Fang Ping got the energy fluid. After getting the energy fluid, Fang Ping immediately closed the door and began closed-door cultivation. In the middle of the night, a wave of aura fluctuation came from the backyard. Fang Ping, who was originally at middle stage rank 6, instantly became upper stage rank 6. The Sanjiao gate flashed and disappeared. It was extremely fast and disappeared very quickly. Fang Ping had just broken through, and many mentality probed toward him. In the residence of the city lord, Monster Sunflower City's mayor was slightly surprised. Did Kuei Ming break through? However, seeing that fellow wrapped himself in the life fluid, Monster Sunflower City's mayor could not help but curse. How did Kuei Luo raise such a son? So many years of savings were wasted by his son, just like that? Energy could only be said to be auxiliary in a rank 6 breakthrough. It was not a decisive factor. If Kuei Ming could break through, it meant that he was not too far away from upper stage rank 6. After a few months of polishing, maybe he would break through naturally. Now, wasting so much energy fluid was really a waste. However, thinking that this kid was going to enter the restricted area soon and was anxious, Monster Sunflower City's mayor could understand. As for Kuei Luo, that fellow had been stuck at rank 8 for many years and had no hope of breaking through in the short term. If it was wasted, then so be it. Monster Sunflower City's mayor was not the only one who sensed it. In the courtyard, Kuei Luo, who was recuperating, also sensed it. In an instant, he was extremely gratified. His son had broken through. Very soon. His son had only been a middle-stage warlord for slightly more than a year, and he had actually advanced so quickly. It seemed that his son had gained something from attacking the Venerable today. Greatly gratified, Kuei Luo wanted to come out of closed-door cultivation to take care of his son. However, his injuries were not light, and the sword aura had not been extinguished. After thinking for a while, he gave up on the idea. It was fine as long as his son broke through. Upper stage warlord. When he reached peak and consumed some sunflower fruits, he would be able to reach quasi-commander very quickly. Perhaps in a few years, his son would be able to enter commander. In the restricted area, there were many opportunities. In 3 to 5 years, there's hope for him to reach the same rank as himself. Thinking of this, Kue Luo felt that his injuries were nothing. It was really gratifying. Monster Sunflower City's mayor and Kue Luo sensed it. Feng Yeshing and the others were no exception. After all, they were all in the mansion. Sensing Feng Ping's breakthrough, Feng Yeshing raised his eyebrows slightly. That was quite fast. If that was the case, the commander level was not too far away. If he could send the other party to the king's battleground, he might be able to enter commander in a few months. Once he reached commander level, he would no longer be a dispensable existence. 7 Southern Territory has really produced a genius. This Kue Ming doesn't seem that old. He's not even 30 years old, right? This thought surfaced in Feng Yeshing's mind. In the Outland, it was not easy to have such achievements before 30 years old. He only had a venerable for a father. In the restricted area, there were many descendants of true kings. It was not a big deal to look at the rank alone. However, the fact that the other party dared to swing his saber at a venerable showed his courage and boldness. He had injured the other party, and his strength was even stronger, and his talent was outstanding. At this moment, some thoughts surfaced in Feng Yeshing's mind. Perhaps it was time for him to fight. That fellow, Li, he wanted to subdue this kid. He could not let it go. The geniuses he had subdued in the last king's battleground were all dead. As for the group of people left behind by Feng Qing, there was some estrangement between them. He still had to cultivate his own team. These people were calculating. Feng Ping, on the other hand, sealed the remaining energy liquid. More than 10,000 caddies of energy stones had been exchanged for close to 2,000 caddies of energy liquid. Feng Ping had spent about 300 caddies of energy liquid for his breakthrough. Although it seemed terrifying, it was normal for a rapid breakthrough to consume a lot of energy. As for where the 300 caddies had ended up, naturally it had fallen into the space. Walking out of the room, Feng Ping looked at the data while accepting the congratulations from the people in the mansion. The young commander had become an upper-stage warlord. It was indeed worthy of celebration. Feng Ping, on the other hand, said with great generosity, "There's quite a lot of life liquid left. I'll enter the restricted area and bring some with me for cultivation. I'll be leaving soon. My father is still in the mansion. In the future, everyone needs to work hard for my father. These are your rewards. Cultivate more. I hope that when I return, a commander-in-chief will be born under my father's command." Feng Ping tossed some energy, liquid, to a few rank 6 martial artists in the mansion. They were extremely excited. One by one, they knelt down and said loudly, "Thank you, young commander. We won't let you down. We're willing to die for you." Feng Ping said loudly, "My father is injured. If there's another war, the martial artists of Hope City will attack again. Please help me. When I return tomorrow, Kue Ming will definitely repay you. We'll definitely die." These martial artists were also extremely excited. In the catacombs, it was rare for a superior to treat a subordinate so well. This was life liquid. Usually, it was difficult for them to even obtain a little life stone. This time, the young commander was going to leave. He was actually so generous. Everyone was stunned. In the distance, where Kue Luo was cultivating in seclusion, Feng Ping's voice was so loud that it could be heard. Kue Luo's expression was incomparably complicated. His son was still thinking about him before he left. He did not know if there would be any danger when he went to the restricted area this time. "It's a pity that your father is only a venerable. Ming, or live well," Kue Luo muttered in his heart. As for his son giving benefits to the martial artists in the mansion, he did not care too much. This was his son's filial piety. He had to accept it. In the mansion, Feng Ping glanced at the place where Kue Luo was cultivating in seclusion. I've made it clear to you that these things are to be brought to the restricted area to cultivate and organize. I've also rewarded these martial artists while I'm at it. The treasury is empty. Don't misunderstand. After settling these matters, the corners of Fong Ping's mouth curled up. He was rich. Wealth. 360 million points vitality. 64,200 calories. 64,299 calories mentality. 3,310 hertz. 3,370 hertz destructive force. 24 yuan bones honed. 206 pieces, 100% storage space. 1,000 cubic meters plus energy shield. 1 point/minute plus aura simulation. 10 points/minute plus. It had increased by about 310 million points. The fee charged for exchanging energy stones for energy liquids was not small. After all, it required a high-ranked powerhouse to do it. It was also a strenuous task. Even so, after conversion, it had increased by so much. Fong Ping was still wild with joy. Now he did not have to worry about not having enough wealth. Before this, Fong Ping was still a little worried. It was only about 40 million points. If the House of Gold was destroyed, it would cost tens of millions. When the battle started, replenishing the imperishable substance once would consume hundreds of thousands of points. Tens of millions was really not enough. Now it was all right. He had more confidence when he entered the catacombs. Fong Ping grinned. In his heart he was calculating. Should he think of a way to achieve peak rank 6 quickly and use the sunflower seeds as an excuse to enter commander level quickly? Only rank 7 martial artists were considered powerhouses in the catacombs. Otherwise, middle-rank martial artists would be nothing but bystanders when they went to the restricted area. Everything is ready. I'm only missing one thing. Fong Ping's heart was at ease. He did not stop. At this moment, he still had close to 1,500 caddies of energy liquids in his hands. Tomorrow, when he saw Li Yi and the rest, he would give Fong extermination 500 caddies. He did not believe that these people did not care about this. Sunflower had saved up for more than 100 years. He was a rank 8 powerhouse after all. Did Fong extermination and the rest have so much savings? I'll give it to you guys first. When I'm about to leave, I'll kill you guys and take it back. I still have to collect interest. Fong Ping was also a person who was willing to invest. He used benefits to pave the way. In this day and age, if you did not spend money, who would work for you? Old Zhang was like this. The catacombs were even more so. Genius in a second. Remember this site's address. Mobile version. Chapter 721. In the blink of an eye, the sky brightened. Fong Ping hated the alternation between day and night in the catacombs. There were no signs, no preparations, no rising sun, no setting sun, no dawn. It was as if a black curtain had been lifted in an instant. The transition between night and day happened in the blink of an eye. When he said it would be daybreak, it would be daybreak. It was so fast that one would be surprised. City, Lord residence. Although the city lord's mansion was called a mansion, it was actually an incomparably large palace. Outside the main hall of the city lord's mansion was an incomparably huge square, which was also a martial arts arena. The training field was lower than the main hall. To walk from the training field to the main hall, one had to pass through a flight of stairs that was 100 meters long and more than 10 meters high. At this moment, on the stairs outside the main hall, the governor of Monster Sunflower City stood proudly in the center, while Feng Yexing and Li Yi stood on his left. The remaining Rank 8 and Rank 7 commanders of Monster Sunflower City stood on the right. Thousands of young men and women had gathered in the martial arts arena below. Martial artists did not have a high age requirement, but regardless of whether it was the catacombs or the human world, 30 years of age was usually the limit. After 30 years of age, one would have passed the golden age of practicing martial arts. Unless he had a mine at home, He could use large amounts of life essence to reforge his bones and restore his vitality. Old Man Li's rapid improvement was actually related to the time when he had broken down and reforged his bones. The young men and women below were generally under 30 years old. As long as they weren't too obvious, they wouldn't be noticed. At this moment, these young men were looking at the crowd above them with reverence. In the catacombs, there was a clear hierarchy. Some of these people came from villages outside Royal City. Some came from affiliated cities, and some came from outside Royal City. Usually, they almost never had the chance to come into contact with these high-ranked powerhouses. Today, however, there were more than 10 high-ranked powerhouses here. Yes. On the high platform, a 6th grade battle general shouted. In the next moment, more than 1,000 people below half knelt and said loudly, "Greetings, Your Majesty!" "Rise!" The general shouted again. Everyone rose to their feet. At this time, Monster Sunflower City, Lord slowly said, 10 spots. Everyone knows what a spot represents. Power, strength, wealth, and immortality. In the past 3 years, 5 years, perhaps even 10 years, there would only be a single opportunity. Today, I will give everyone a chance to compete with their own strength. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone in the martial arts practice field half knelt once more and thanked him loudly. The general who spoke before roared, 1080 people, 108 to a group. 10 arenas, 1 person per arena. The winner gets the spot. The rules were simple and crude. Standing on the high platform, Fong Ping's expression was calm, but his heart was filled with emotions. These powerhouses from the catacombs were rather straightforward. Under the rough arrangement of the Imperial Guards, the crowd was quickly divided into 10 groups. 10 arenas rose from the martial arts practice field. One of the generals shouted again, "Life or death." Only 1 person will remain on each platform. Get on the stage. With that, more than 1,000 people stepped onto the arena. As soon as he stepped onto the stage, screams of agony rang out. A rank 5 martial artist had just gone up when he was attacked by more than 10 people around him at the same time, instantly turning into minced meat. Fong Ping's expression did not change. Like the people around him, he remained indifferent. However, his heart was filled with awe. The catacombs were so ruthless. There were no rules. 108 people in one arena. If only 1 person remained, the number of casualties would not be low. With such a ruthless selection method, the elites selected would not be too weak. And such elites had all entered the Forbidden Zone. The Forbidden Zone might be more dangerous than he thought. These foreign elites had all gone to the Forbidden Zone. The people he had killed in the martial arts arena last time were only middle ranks. They might not be true elites. The foreign territories sent a large number of elites to the Forbidden Zone every year. These people might have broken through to high ranks long ago. 10 arenas, killing broke out in an instant. Broken limbs were quickly scattered all over the arena. These people were all ruthless enough. In the foreign territories, Fong Ping and the others rarely met elites. Fong Ping suspected that some of them had entered the Forbidden Zone, and some of them had probably died in the hands of their own people. If this kind of competition happened once a year, who knew how many young talents would die? Raising bugs. This was the real way to raise bugs, and the king of goo that was raised had all gone to the Forbidden Zone. This made Fong Ping even more vigilant. He could not underestimate the Forbidden Zone's strength just because it went smoothly in the martial arts arena last time. While Fong Ping was watching the competition, there were 2 people standing next to him, a man and a woman. 10 people were selected from below the stage. Besides that, there were 3 people from Monster Sunflower City who had entered through the back door. These 3 people, plus the 10 people below the stage, were 13 people competing for 12 spots. It was almost guaranteed entry. Privilege was everywhere, and it was reflected even more clearly in the catacombs. In Fong Ping's eyes, Kuei Ming's identity might not be much, but in the eyes of others, The son of a rank 8 powerhouse was the real crown prince, aristocrat, high and mighty. For a person like him, it was only right that he was guaranteed entry. Fang Ping was still watching the competition. Beside him, the female martial artist looked at Fang Ping with a coquettish smile and said, "Kuei Ming, did you break through to upper stage warlord last night?" Although Fang Ping did not know this woman, he had asked about the situation of a few people who were guaranteed entry. There was a man and a woman. The man was called Red Alder, and the woman was called Hua Bailong. Red Alder was the grandson of another rank 8 powerhouse in monster Sunflower City, not the sun. Hua Bailong was the daughter of a rank 7 commander-in-chief. Both of them were also rank 6. However, Red Alder was middle stage rank 6, while Hua Bailong was only early stage rank 6. Fang Ping heard the woman's conversation with him and said lightly, "I broke through by luck." "Congratulations." Hua Bailong did not mind his coldness. She said with a face full of smiles, "Kuei Ming, you should be able to become a commander-level powerhouse in no time. When that time comes, don't forget about me." Fang Ping did not say anything. Beside him, Red Alder, the long-haired young man, frowned slightly and said softly, "Bailong, young Commander Kuei Ming is a peerless prodigy of monster Sunflower City. When he reaches the royal court, will he still think of us?" After saying that, he sneered with a hint of mockery. "I heard that last night, young Commander Kuei Ming used up all of Venerable Kuei's life stones. His 100 years of savings were used up in an instant. Only then did he break through to upper stage warlord. How extravagant." When these words were said, Hua Bailong was slightly embarrassed. She did not say anything. Kuei Ming and Red Alder were both descendants of rank 8 venerables. The two of them had not been on good terms for a long time. In addition, Kuei Luo and Red Alder's grandfather were not on good terms either. Both of them had always been at odds. Now that Kuei Ming had broken through, his rank was higher than Red Alder's. However, everyone now knew why Kuei Ming had broken through. He had used up countless life stones and all the savings of a venerable powerhouse to break through to upper stage warlord. In the eyes of everyone, this was not worthy of admiration, especially in Red Alder's opinion. Kuei Ming's actions were simply ridiculous. Tens of thousands of life stones. His grandfather did not even have that many savings. The Hong family had many descendants. It was not like Kuei Luo, who was a loner and only had one son. After many years of consumption, when it came to Red Alder's generation, he could only receive 3 rank 9 life stones every month. Ever since he was young, the number of life stones he had used was not as much as what Kuei Ming had used last night. Even so, Kuei Ming was only 1 rank higher than him. Of course, Red Alder was not convinced. When he heard that Kuei Ming was valued by the 2 royal highnesses, Red Alder was very dissatisfied. He was younger than Kuei Ming and had much less resources than him. However, their ranks were similar, and his combat strength was slightly higher than Kuei Ming's. If Kuei Ming had not relied on his strong flattery skills and heard that he had attacked a venerable yesterday, how could he compare to him? Red Alder had sparred with Kuei Ming many times. He was very clear about Kuei Ming's strength. As for attacking a venerable powerhouse, it was Kuei Ming's father who had restrained the other party. Red Alder even suspected that Venerable Kuei Luo had deliberately created such an opportunity for him, for Kuei Ming. It was to let the 2 royal highnesses witness this scene, so that Kuei Ming could enter their discerning eyes. Fang Ping naturally heard the disdain in Red Alder's tone. He could even feel that the high-rank powerhouses in front were also paying attention. Fang Ping's eyes turned slightly. Suddenly he said in a low voice, "King, your royal highnesses, there are 12 people entering the royal court this time, and there is 1 more person. In order to save everyone's time, why don't I spar with Red Alder? The loser will be disqualified." If possible, Fang Ping wanted to eliminate both Red Alder and Hua Bailong. Both of them knew Kuei Ming. In fact, they were quite familiar with each other. Fang Ping was worried that he would be exposed if he was with them. However, there was only one more person now. Hua Beirong was only the daughter of a rank 7 commander. Her strength was slightly weaker, and she did not seem to be very hostile towards Kuei Ming. It would be best if Red Alder could be eliminated. A fellow who was hostile to him would definitely be paying attention to him. If he was not careful, he would be easily discovered. After all, he was not the real Kuei Ming. The monster Sunflower City Lord turned his head and glanced at them, not saying a word. Li Yi, on the other hand, looked interested. She said playfully, "You want to spar?" "Your Royal Highness, I have never been on good terms with Red Alder. I'm not willing to enter the royal court with him." Fang Ping was being straightforward. Superiors were all like this. They hated petty people who played tricks on them. Those who were simple and honest were more likable. As soon as he said this, Red Alder's face turned ashen. He hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "King, your Royal Highnesses, I am willing to spar with Kuei Ming to determine the quota." As soon as he said this, the rank 8 powerhouse standing next to the monster Sunflower City Lord frowned slightly. He had seen Fang Ping's saber yesterday. Quite valiant. His own grandson might not be a match for him. The quota for the restricted area was hard to come by. The descendants of the monster Sunflower City Lord did not need to care, but he could not. It was not easy to get a quota. If he lost, would he not lose the quota? But now the 2 Royal Highnesses seemed to be quite interested. If he spoiled their fun, it would be more troublesome. Thinking of this, the rank 8 powerhouse hurriedly said, "King, your Royal Highnesses, it's fine to spar to liven things up. Red Alder is already a middle-stage warlord, and Kuei Ming is also an upper-stage warlord. No matter who is eliminated, it will be a loss to the royal city." "Why not just spar?" Before he finished speaking, Li Yi said impatiently, "They're just warlords. The royal court has plenty of them. However, if these 2 perform well, I don't mind giving another quota. Those people below are boring. Since you want to spar, then start. Don't waste my time." Fang Ping immediately said, "Your Royal Highness, weapons have no eyes. Cut the crap. If they die, then they die. Hurry up and start." Li Yi did not care about their lives at all. It was not just him. Feng Yeshing was the same. If a middle rank died, then so be it. If their hands and feet were bound, then it would be boring. There were not many fun things to do in the Outland. It was good to watch a show. A smile appeared on Fang Ping's face. He looked at Red Alder and said lightly, "Red Alder, if you insist on dying, then don't blame me for being merciless." Red Alder sneered. Kuei Ming was only 1 stage higher than him. This was not the difference between a quasi-commander and a warlord. It was not even the difference between a peak warlord. The only difference between both parties was the ceiling of a door. The difference between a middle stage and an upper stage rank 6 was not that big. Red Alder did not bother to say more. He jumped off the platform directly. He had just jumped off the platform when Fang Ping suddenly drew his saber. "Kagu!" Fang Ping roared. He did not even leave the platform, slashing with his saber. Below the platform, Red Alder's expression changed drastically. On the platform, the rank 8 powerhouse's expression changed too. Just as he was about to make a move, the 2 rank 8 powerhouses beside Li Yi had already locked onto him. Their murderous intent was awe-inspiring. "How dare you interfere in front of His Royal Highness?" The rank 8 powerhouse paused slightly. During this pause, Fang Ping's saber had already landed. "No!" Red Alder roared. He did not even have time to escape. Sanjiao Gate appeared instantly, but it was too late. There was a rumble. The sound of an explosion rang out. His head exploded. Fang Ping sheathed his saber. His expression was indifferent. Very quickly, he cupped his hands toward Monster Sunflower City's city, Lord and Feng Yeshing, saying, "My lord, your highnesses, this general has won." Bang! After he finished speaking, Red Alder's headless corpse fell to the ground. Kuei Ming, the rank 8 powerhouse beside Monster Sunflower City's city lord, was livid. Kuei Ming had killed Red Alder with one slash. He was furious, but Li Yi and Feng Yexing did not care about this. Feng Yexing could not help but take a few more glances at Fang Ping. He smiled and said, not bad at all. You seem to be stronger than yesterday. It seems that the breakthrough did not cause you to lose control of your strength. Monster Sunflower City has produced a true genius this time. Li Yi also smiled faintly. Trash is dead, so be it. Venerable Red, it's just the death of a trash descendant. Just give birth to a few more. I have made the decision to let your Hong family send another person to the royal court. Kuei Ming, well done. Venerable Red's face was livid. At this moment, he suppressed his anger and forced a smile. Thank you, Your Highness, for fulfilling my wish. At this moment, Monster Sunflower City's city lord looked at Fang Ping. After a while, he nodded slightly. When you go to the royal court, don't embarrass Monster Sunflower City. I didn't expect that you would improve so much in just a few days. Fang Ping thanked him hurriedly and did not say anything else. As for Red Alder, he was only a middle-stage rank 6 martial artist. So be it if he was killed. With Monster Sunflower City's city lord and Feng Yexing around, Fang Ping believed that no matter how bold Venerable Red was, he would not dare to attack him. Besides, F***ck, he had to work when he was paid. He went to visit Feng Yexing and Venerable Red Alder early in the morning and gave each of them about 500 caddies of energy liquid. Both of them looked as if nothing had happened. Who knew how excited they were? He had killed a middle-ranked martial artist. If they did not say a few words, would they be worthy of the energy liquid he gave them? Coincidentally, he could also display his strength so that both of them would think more of him. He also got rid of Red Alder to prevent any problems from arising. After killing Red Alder with one slash, Fang Ping glanced at Hua Bairong from the corner of his eye. Hua Bairong's pretty face had turned pale. Sensing Fang Ping's gaze on her, the fear on her face quickly turned into a smile, a fawning look on her face. She did not expect Kuei Ming's strength to improve so much that Red Alder was killed with one slash. On the other side, Fang Ping had dealt with Red Alder. Below the stage, the 10 arenas were also extremely bloody. In a short period of time, more than 100 people had died out of more than 1,000 people. There were also some injured people who fell off the arena, wailing incessantly. After close to half an hour, the 10 arenas had more or less decided on the victors. Even the victors were now riddled with wounds. Some were even on their last breaths. Looking at these people's faces full of anticipation, Feng Yexing suddenly said lightly on the stage, "In the 1st, 5th, and 9th arenas, the victors' injuries are too severe. They will be disqualified. The other 7 people, plus Kuei Ming and 1 person from the Red family, 10 people is just right." Monster Sunflower City's city lord frowned slightly. Very quickly he smiled and said, "Arrange for 2 more people." "As you wish." Feng Yexing did not mind. Previously he had promised 12 people. Arranging for 2 more people was not a big deal. However, he did not want to stay here for long. He did not want to waste time either. Very quickly he said, "Get these people to pack up. We'll leave immediately and return to the palace in a while." Monster Sunflower City's city lord did not delay either. He glanced at the chieftain beside him. The chieftain quickly went to make the arrangements. As for whether the 3 severely injured victors were unwilling, it was not within their consideration. If their injuries were too severe, they would have to spend a lot of resources to help them heal. The catacombs' powerhouses were not so kind. Fang Ping saw this scene and heard these words. Although his expression did not change, his heart was filled with emotions. This was the catacombs. Reality chilled one's heart. At this moment, he could really understand why the various cities in the catacombs rarely joined forces. In such a realistic catacombs, without a powerhouse's forceful order, unless it was a matter of life and death. How could they join forces? The true kings in the True King Hall were reluctant to break the Imperial Sea Mountains blockade. This was probably what they were thinking. If not for the temptation of the Seed of Rebirth, these true kings might not be willing to take the risk to fight with human powerhouses. Although the Seed of Rebirth was tempting, some of the true kings were probably hesitant. Just convincing these true kings alone was not something that could be done in a short period of time. In the catacombs, there must be a powerhouse who organized all of this. Otherwise, the catacombs should be in a state of disunity, each doing their own thing. The Hall Master or the Lord? Fong Ping judged in his heart. To make the powerhouses form an alliance, there must be a powerhouse in the middle who organized and planned it. Maybe if this organization's powerhouse is killed, then the catacombs will disperse. Fong Ping thought again in his heart. Once the organizer of such a group of selfish powerhouses was killed, the others might quickly retreat. Is it the Hall Master of the True King Hall? Fong Ping felt that this should be the case. The Lord of the Monster Plant's royal court was not even a true king. It might be difficult to do this. Besides, this lord had not been in power for many years. Previously, the catacombs had the intention to attack humans. It should not be the Lord's plan. However, in the past 100 years, the increase in wars was probably related to this lord. 100 years ago, wars between both sides were rare. At that time, there were fewer catacombs entrances and fewer wars. Those true king powerhouses were probably waiting for the passageways to be fully opened. They might not be thinking about the outbreak of war, but they were waiting for the arrival of the last moment. When the Monster Plant's royal court's lord took the position, there would be more wars. Old Zhang was right. That fellow was very ambitious. However, it was also because of the many wars that the human martial arts world came into being. Otherwise, without pressure, there would not be the emergence of the neo-martial era. I don't know if I should be grateful or hate. Fong Ping muttered to himself. The Monster Plant's royal court's lord triggered the war, which allowed the two paragons of Star Town to start the neo-martial era. From 10,000 martial artists back then, it became more than 2 million martial artists in Sino Nation today. In recent years, 3 paragons had been born. After that, there were martial arts universities, and then there were opportunities for civilians to come into contact with martial arts. About half an hour later, 12 people gathered in the main hall of the Castellan residence. Rank 6, including Fong Ping and Hua Beirong. There were a total of 9 people. The other 3 people were peak rank 5. Among them, Fong Ping's ability was the strongest, upper stage rank 6. The other 8 rank SXS were middle stage and low stage. In the outer region, having rank 6 ability was considered not weak. Moreover, they were not too old. Even in the restricted zone, these people would be considered geniuses. There were so many paragons in Star Town, but there were not many rank SAXS below 30 years old. Just as everyone gathered, one of the 2 rank 8 martial artists who followed Feng Yexing and Hua Beirong casually tossed something out. A small palace appeared outside the hall. Fong Ping's pupils contracted. Then it lit up. Extravagant. A divine weapon. This small palace was actually a divine weapon. Fong Ping was looking, and so was Monster Sunflower City's city lord. After a while he laughed. What a treasure! Made from the cores of 3 venerable beasts, and of the same origin. Rare, too rare. 3 rank, 8 beasts, and of the same clan. This was extremely rare. Under normal circumstances, if a divine weapon was made from the core of a heart and brain, and not from the same beast's core, there would be conflict. There might even be an explosion. However, if 3 rank 8 beasts were from the same clan, there would be no such taboo. This small palace was equivalent to 3 rank 8 divine weapons. In fact, it was even more expensive because 3 rank 8 beasts of the same clan were too rare. This plaything was slightly inferior to the average rank 9 divine weapon. Rank 9 divine weapons were also divided into strong and weak ones. Weak ones were made from rank 9 demon cores, while those were made from origin path demon clan demon cores. This palace was at least comparable to a rank 9 divine weapon made from origin path demon clan demon cores. Li laughed. City Lord, you must be joking. It's just a means of transportation. 30 years ago, the Yu Monkey clan invaded the royal land. My father ordered the gods to exterminate the Yu Monkey clan. After that, this palace was built. Li Yi explained briefly and did not say much. Monster Sunflower City, Lord did not ask further. He quickly turned to look at Fong Ping and the rest, saying sternly, when you go to the restricted zone and enter the royal court, you must listen to the orders of the 2 royal highnesses. If you overstep your boundaries, you will die. Yes, sir. Everyone agreed. Li Yi leaped up and flew to the top of the palace. The other high ranks flew up to the palace, one after another. Go up! A rank 7 powerhouse scolded, asking Fong Ping and the rest to follow. Fong Ping and the rest also leaped up and stepped into the palace. A rank 8 powerhouse controlled the palace. It flew away from Monster Sunflower City in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the backyard of the city, Lord's residence. Quiluo still came out of seclusion. He watched the palace fly away from him, his face full of disappointment. When the subordinate beside him reported that Fong Ping had almost emptied the treasury, what greeted him was not Quiluo scolding Fong Ping, but a palm strike smashing the reporting martial artist into a pulp. Noisy! Quiluo's face was full of impatience. His son had entered the restricted zone and entered the royal court. He had a bright future. What was a mere treasury to him? In the future, he would be in charge of the restricted zone's large city or come to the outland to become a king. How could today compare? In the past, he thought that his son lacked courage. However, yesterday he had used a saber on a venerable, and today he had killed the red alder. Quiluo was very pleased. If he was not ruthless, how could he establish himself? Looking at the city lord's main hall in front of him, Quiluo's face revealed a cold smile. Venerable Red Leaf had caused trouble for him several times. The king also had a grudge against him because of the previous incident. But now his son was valued by the 2 royal highnesses. Once he could become a true king's disciple, even the king would have to give him some face in the future. When my son has established himself in the royal court, I will go to the restricted zone. I will no longer be under your control. Quiluo's thoughts were beautiful. These few times he had narrowly escaped death a few times. He had already developed the idea of escaping the outland. After participating in the war for more than a year, he had narrowly escaped death several times. Monsterwood City's destruction made him even more terrified. If it were not for the fact that he had no way out, he would have left the outland a long time ago. Venerable Red Leaf still wanted to fight for power and profit. Little did he know that Quiluo was sneering in his heart. He could not wait for this fellow to take away his position as Imperial Guard's commander-in-chief and let Red Leaf deal with the resurrected martial artist. Chapter 7:22. The palace sped past. This time, Feng Yeshing and the rest did not come only from Monster Sunflower City. Magic City Catacombs had 13 cities. Now there were 12 cities. There were still 5 Monster Plant clan cities. All 5 royal cities had people entering the restricted area. However, the number of people varied. When they reached the last city, there were exactly 50 martial artists. In the palace, there was more than one room. Everyone gathered in the main hall. Li looked bored. Sitting on the throne in the main hall, he said casually, "Mu He, tell them about the royal court so that we don't have to waste our breath when we go in." As soon as Li Yi finished speaking, a rank 7 martial artist standing behind him glanced at Fong Ping and the rest, shouting, "Listen up! I'll only say it once. If you don't hear me clearly when you enter the restricted area and reach the royal court, don't blame me for not making myself clear. The restricted area has 4 royal courts. Aside from the Demon Royal Court, there are 2 other royal courts, Skyplant and Destiny. Under the royal court, there are 36 dynasties. Only those with true kings are worthy of being called dynasties. Similar to dynasties are divine sects. There are countless sects in the restricted area. Divine sects also have true kings. Within the Skyplant Royal Court, there are 8 divine sects and 12 affiliated dynasties. Fang Ping's expression did not change. He actually wanted to ask if the true kings of these sects and dynasties were counted in the True King Palace. If they were not, then it would be terrifying. Even if the lowest was a true king, there would be 20 more true king powerhouses. However, these people in the catacombs were cruel. Fang Ping did not want to stand out, lest he was implicated. Fortunately, Commander Mu, he said quickly, in the royal court there is the True King Palace. All true kings in the territory enter the True King Palace. There are 49 true kings in the True King Palace. Divine sects and dynasties were founded by true kings. As for the other true kings, some cultivate in seclusion. Some roam the divine land. The True King Palace does not care about worldly affairs. The royal court is ruled by the Lord of Kings. There are countless cities under his jurisdiction. In the divine land, which is the restricted area in your eyes, the cities are not like the outskirts. Any city can be called a royal city. The rank, 7 commanders said disdainfully, in the royal court there is only one royal city, Skyplant City. Below the imperial city was the imperial city. The city lords of the imperial city were all divine generals. With a population of over 10 million, this was the true imperial city. There are 360 royal cities under the jurisdiction of the royal court. Fang Ping's heart skipped a beat. There were at least 360 rank 9 powerhouses. They were formidable indeed. A royal city with a population of 10 million would have to have a population of at least 6 billion. Commander Mu, he continued, under the royal city there are millions of people and high-ranked powerhouses keeping watch. That's the capital city. There were over 1,000 capital cities under the imperial court's jurisdiction. The other small cities are not included in the ranks of the large cities. They are under the jurisdiction of the various capital cities and royal cities. Fang Ping cursed in his heart. Zhang Peng's words were indeed unreliable. More than 1,000 capital cities. There were at least 1 billion people. The population of the capital cities was at least 5 billion, and this did not include the small cities and scattered villages and towns. There was also the imperial city, which probably had even more people. Based on the calculations, the population should at least double. The ratio of the rural population to the urban population should be about 1-to-1, right? 10 billion. Just the Skyplant Royal Court alone had a population of over 10 billion. Zhang Peng actually said that the entire Forbidden Land only had a population of about 10 billion. What nonsense! Of the 4 great royal courts, the Monster Plant Court and the Monster Life Royal Court were all human martial artists, so the 2 royal courts should be about the same. That would be 20 billion. Did he include dynasty? Was divine sect included? If he didn't count, there were so many empires and sects at a rough estimate, the population of the Forbidden Zone was at least 30 billion. 10 billion. 30 billion. It didn't sound like there was much of a difference, but the number of people multiplied by several times. The more people there were, the more experts there would be. Fang Ping estimated conservatively that there were no less than 500 rank 9s in the Monster Plant's royal court. As for rank 7 and 8, perhaps it could reach the level of 10,000 people. 108 outer regions, more than 1,000 cities. Not counting the demons, there are more than 1,000 rank 9 city lords. There won't be fewer rank 9s in the restricted area than in the outer domain. There will only be more. It's normal for there to be more than 500 rank 9s in the Monster Plant Royal Court. Fang Ping felt extremely helpless at the thought of this. The difference was huge. On the human side, there were more than 200 people on the rank 9 powerhouse ranking list. Including those from the Holy Lands and those who weren't on the list, he could count them as 300. But what about the catacombs? In the Forbidden Zone and outer regions, the catacombs human rank 9 had at least more than 2,000 people. Excluding the demons, if he counted them, there would be at least 4,000 to 5,000. No wonder those fellows in the Forbidden Zone did not feel much when a few rank 9s died. On Tianan's side, there were a lot of rank 9s who died in battle. It was the same for the Forbidden Catacombs. In the end, those true king powerhouses did not seem to care too much. The number of rank 9 powerhouses was more than the human rank 7, 8, and 9 put together. Rank 9s are really everywhere. Fang Ping calculated in his heart. Then he felt relieved. The area of the Forbidden Zone was too big. It was comparable to the size of 600 Sino Nation. Sino Nation had accumulated 40 to 50 rank 9s for 100 years. If the Forbidden Zone was calculated according to the area, then there should be tens of thousands of rank 9 powerhouses. If he calculated according to the time Sino Nation had accumulated for 100 years, the other side had accumulated for almost 1,000 years. If it was multiplied by 10 times, then there should be tens of thousands of rank 9s. Now that he calculated, Fang Ping felt disdain in his heart. So weak. He did not care about the population base. The catacombs was indeed quite weak. The cultivation environment was so good. The place was so big. After such a long time, there were actually only a few thousand rank 9s. It would be strange if they were not weak. Before this, he thought that it was a lot. Now, it seemed that the catacombs people were really useless. While Fang Ping was disdainful, Commander Mu, he did not know what he was thinking. He continued, "This time when you enter Divine Land, you will gather with geniuses from other territories. The royal court does not prohibit you from entering dynasty or sections. You can even join some royal city. Originally, the one who will receive you will only be a commander-level martial artist. This time, the 2 highnesses have come to the 7 southern territory. It is also your blessing. If you are lucky, you may be able to enter the royal city. After you pass Imperial Sea Mountain, you must think carefully about where to go. Dynasty and divine sect may not be better than royal city. Divine sect may not be stronger than some small and medium-sized sects. Because if you go to divine sect, you may only be servants. If you go to dynasty, you may be conscripted into the army and become soldiers. It is up to you. Also, now that the royal court has established Dynasty College, if you are lucky, you may be able to enter Dynasty College." Fang Ping's eyes moved slightly. Li Yi seemed to have seen Li Yi, who had been silent all this while. She said playfully, "Others may not know, but Monster Sunflower City should know. The opponent you will be facing is from an academy called MCMAU. Academy. This is also the martial arts cultivation place that my father has been preparing in recent years. Academies are very similar to sects, but they are not very similar. In sects, it is taught by master and disciple. Each person only teaches one path, and each person only respects one master. In the academy, the master can be different. If you have the ability, you can have countless masters. The academy teachers have no right to order you. You only have to listen to the royal court's orders." Fang Ping's heart skipped a beat. Was the royal lord cultivating his own people? This was his first thought. Academies sounded like they were reforming and learning from humans. In reality, Fang Ping felt that it was more like the royal lord was collecting power and cultivating his own henchmen. The royal court was too big. There were too many true kings. Those people from divine sect, dynasty, and even people from royal city and capital city were too far away from the royal lord. They might not listen to the royal lord. The appearance of the academies was probably to recruit those genius martial artists and let them be used by the royal lord. Fong Ping was thinking about this. Beside him, Feng Mieshing said lightly, "It's not just Dynasty Academy. In recent years, many academies have appeared in the royal city. My Feng family has also established an academy, recruiting genius martial artists from divine land and various regions. My ancestor is a true king powerhouse. Sometimes he enters the academy to preach. Of course, trash can't enter the academy either." As soon as these words were said, everyone was extremely tempted. True king preaching? Martial artists did not care much about Tao, but that was only for those below rank 9. When they reached rank 9, if they wanted to walk out of their own Tao of origin, they must have some understanding in this aspect. At this stage, many people were actually at a loss. Even Wu Quishan at peak rank 8 was at a loss in this aspect. He felt that he could not walk out of his own path. It was only after observing Rose City, Lord's Tao of origin, that he found his own path. A true king powerhouse had great foresight. Just a few words of advice might be able to help people gain something. Although it was not as effective as observing someone else's Tao of origin for ordinary martial artists, a true king's preaching would be effective wherever they went to observe the Tao of origin. Everyone present was a prodigy martial artist from the 7 southern regions. Who did not have some ambition? Would rank 8 be enough to satisfy these people? Not necessarily. When they reached rank 9, it would be completely different with a true king watching over them and without one. Beside him, Li Yi did not seem to care too much about this. Fong Ping stared at his fingers. The fingers that were originally stretching naturally now seemed to be curled up slightly. This fellow seems like he might not be as indifferent as he appears. Fong Ping's heart stirred slightly. If Li Yi were to flip out and be dissatisfied now, he would really think that this fellow was careless and a little useless. However, Li Yi did not utter a word. Instead, it reminded Fong Ping of a saying, "A dog that bites does not bark." Li Yi's skills were not up to par yet. According to Fong Ping's thinking, since Feng Mieshing was acting arrogant and despotic, this was the time to lose his temper. Feng Mieshing was obviously snatching him away. "You're still too inexperienced. You can only fool Feng extermination a little." Fong Ping had not spoken all this while, but now he had a better understanding of the monster plant's royal court. The monster plant's royal court was vast and boundless. There were also countless experts. It was not only the catacombs humans. The monster plant's royal court called themselves the sky plant's royal court, and they were also related to the monster plant's demon clan. Many cities had demonic plants rooted in them. It was different from the outer realm, where the monster plant clan had monster plants. Meanwhile, in the restricted areas, this wasn't the case, only some cities like this. These monster plants were not under the jurisdiction of the monster plant royal court, but belonged to the guardian royal court. From Fong Ping's perspective, the guardian royal court was just a bunch of domesticated demons. In order to give himself some autonomy, they created a royal court to show their existence. The various great king cities had quite a bit of autonomy. They only needed to pay tribute to the royal court every year. Dynasty was not included in the 360 royal cities under the palace's jurisdiction. Dynasty had its own territory, but that included divine sect. The existence of the sects depended on the royal court. However, the royal cities near these sects would be taken over by the powerhouses of these sections. Not only that, some true king powerhouses also had their own royal territory. The so-called royal territory was a division of some territories for those true king powerhouses who had not established dynasties and divine sects. These people did not establish dynasties, but they still needed their own territories to support their clansmen or disciples. Hence, in the royal court, these true kings were divided into royal territories. Some true king territories were not small, covering more than 10 royal cities. In the royal court, they were nominally under the orders of the royal court, but in reality it was still the true king who had the final say. In essence, There was not much difference between them and dynasty. If there was a difference, it was probably in name. One was a subsidiary dynasty. Although it was a subsidiary, its status was actually equal to the royal court. The other was directly under the royal court. Logically speaking, the royal court could appoint the royal city's city lord at will, but dynasty could not. The royal court could not interfere with the other party's affairs. There was another point. The people of dynasty could not inherit the position of king lord. However, the people of the royal court could, and so could the people of divine sex. Some true kings did not establish dynasties because they were afraid of trouble. Some had their eyes on the position of king lord, like Maple King. Commander Mu, he did not say this out loud, but Fong Ping understood what he meant. At the end, Li Yi suddenly laughed and said, "Speaking of which, some things in the land of rebirth are quite interesting." Before this, the royal court had never made a ranking. However, a few days ago, the True King Palace requested the royal court to make a ranking of high-ranked martial artists. Everyone, strive to enter commander level as soon as possible. If you can enter the ranking, even if you are a commander level, you can also become a city lord. You should know that the prosperity of a city is comparable to the outer royal city. In the outer royal court, how can a commander-level city lord be a city lord? However, in the royal court, if you can enter the ranking, becoming a city lord is a piece of cake. When that time comes, if your family wants to enter the royal court, there will be no more restrictions. There are also a few places for the city lord every year. Some of you have family and want to jump out of the outer royal court. This is your chance. Beside her, Feng Mieshing sneered. "Li Yi, you're overestimating them." Li Yi smiled. "I'm just saying, maybe someone can enter." Feng Mieshing snorted and said lightly, "There are 1,000 people in the commander-level ranking. In the royal court, there are more than 10,000 commander-level martial artists. This is only the Sky Plant Royal Court. This time, the ranking was made by the 4 royal courts together. In the 4 royal courts, the demons are stronger than us in the commander level. Humans and demons, there are no less than 50,000 commander-level powerhouses. It's not that simple." Fong Ping felt that he had gained some information again. Humans and demons, there were only 50,000 rank 7? That was not a lot. According to the ratio of 10 to 1, there are only 5,000 rank 8. According to the ratio of 10 to 1, there were even fewer rank 9. However, it was still the same saying, the accumulation of time. A rank 9 lived longer than a rank 8, and a rank 8 lived longer than a rank 7. Among the high ranks, rank 7 lived the shortest. Without a golden body, the flesh would still decay. At most, they could live for 300 years. On the other hand, it was not difficult for a rank 8 to live for more than 500 years. If not for accidental deaths, the number of deaths would be higher than this ratio. While Fong Ping was memorizing this information, Li Yi smiled and said, "That's true. Even you, Mieshing, have not entered. It is indeed difficult for them." Feng Mieshing's expression was ugly. His gaze was sinister as he said coldly, "That's because I have just entered the commander level not long ago. Right now, I am only a middle-stage commander." Li Yi, on the other hand, you have been a peak commander for some years, right? If you have not entered, how can I enter the ranking? Li Yi seemed a little arrogant at this moment. She laughed loudly and said, "I did not enter the ranking because there is no need for this. There is no need for me to prove anything. Feng Mieshing, on the other hand, you were defeated in the king's battleground previously. You need this more." Seeing that Feng Mieshing was about to lose his temper, Li Yi changed the topic and said with a smile, "Feng Mieshing, if Fong Ping came to Godland with his ability, what do you think?" Fong Ping. Feng Mieshing's expression was cold. After a while, he said slowly, "I heard that he has already entered the venerable realm. If he is still a venerable, he is not qualified to enter the ranking. However, he has many tricks up his sleeves. If he is a commander, Perhaps he can enter the bottom of the ranking. The bottom of the ranking? Li Yi said playfully. I heard that he was ranked first in the land of rebirth. Feng Nieshing, you have underestimated him, haven't you? Feng Nieshing snorted softly. He was only able to kill a venerable with the cooperation of many people. It can't be. I heard that he entered first because he killed the 9 cities' gods general, Li Yi. Feng Nieshing's expression changed drastically. He said coldly, some things cannot be said recklessly. Uncle King's death in battle was not caused by Feng Ping. He died in the hands of King Gu's son. Li Yi laughed loudly. Don't be angry. I heard it from others. I was not at the scene. How would I know the truth? However, I am quite interested in Feng Ping. It's a pity that I did not meet him this time. The true King's Highness has issued an order to kill Feng Ping on sight. It's a pity that he does not dare to enter the Outland now. He does not dare to go to the King's battleground either. I have no chance to meet him. Feng Nieshing sneered. He can't hide for long. If he doesn't enter Godland now, when the war starts, he will be killed in the land of rebirth sooner or later. That day at the King's battleground, if Ji Yao had not interfered, he would have been killed long ago. Beside him, Feng Ping was mentally exhausted. Boast. Continue boasting. It's lucky that I'm here. Otherwise, no one would know that you're boasting. Kill me long ago? If I had not met you, I would have killed you long ago. You're so scared that you wet your pants. When I killed Feng Qing, this guy ran away. How could he have a chance to speak now? I didn't hide. I'm right under your nose. Feng Ping was pleased. Look, you hate me so much. I'm right in front of you. Are you convinced? If not for the big plan, Feng Ping could have killed him right now. Although there were 2 rank 8s here, one of them looked like a rank 8 rank 3, and the other a rank 8 rank 5. The rank 8 rank 5 was controlling the palace. The rank 8 rank 3 could not stop Feng Ping. If Feng Ping killed Feng Nieshing instantly, it would not be a problem for him to escape. That's good too. Even a piece of trash like you can look down on me. It's good to spread the news. Who knows, the other people in the restricted area might really believe it and think that I'm not even as good as Feng Nieshing. It's better for them to look down on me. While everyone was talking, Imperial Sea Mountain arrived. The rank 8 powerhouse kept the palace. Everyone landed on the ground. Although everyone lived in the Outland, there were not many who had actually seen Imperial Sea Mountain. Beside Feng Ping, Hua Beirong was shocked. She murmured, Is this Imperial Sea Mountain? It's spectacular. Just like the first time Feng Ping saw Imperial Sea Mountain, everyone present was extremely shocked. It was not that they had never seen mountains before. However, they had never seen this kind of huge, endless mountain with no end in sight. Beside him, Commander Mu, he said proudly, even a true king can't cross Imperial Sea Mountain. Without His Highness's guidance, even if you make it to Imperial Sea Mountain, don't even think about entering Godland for the rest of your lives. This time a peak rank 6 martial artist in the crowd whispered, Commander Mu, rumor has it that Imperial Sea Mountain was built to defend against the Forbidden Sea. Is the rumor true? Mu, he frowned slightly. In front, Li Yi, who was walking toward the Grand Canyon, said lazily, It's probably true. No one knows if it's true or not. The Forbidden Sea is indeed very dangerous. It also has the tendency to invade the Outland. However, after so many years, the demons in the Forbidden Sea have not come ashore, nor have they continued to expand. Perhaps it's already fixed. Moreover, even if they invade, it's nothing. There are countless powerhouses in Godland. How many true king demons are there in the Forbidden Sea? As Li Yi spoke, she smiled faintly. It's only because of the invasion of the land of rebirth powerhouses in recent years. Otherwise, the royal court would have gone to the Forbidden Sea a long time ago. I heard that there are countless treasures in the Forbidden Sea. As Li Yi spoke, Feng Nieshing looked disdainful. This fellow wanted to boast about his old man again. Going to the Forbidden Sea? Back then, the royal lord had suggested this. The prerequisite was to defeat the true king of the land of rebirth. However, very few true monarchs responded. Not only did they wage war against the land of rebirth's true king, they even wanted to conquer the Forbidden Sea. During the era of the two kings, when the imperial sea mountain was established, even the two kings were extremely vigilant towards the Forbidden Sea. How could the Forbidden Sea be conquered so easily? No one knew how many demons there were in the sea. It wasn't that the imperial court hadn't explored the Forbidden Sea before. Although many places in the outer region had been sealed and true monarchs couldn't enter or leave, the Forbidden Sea was still a place that had been sealed. But the 108 domains were not all. There was a section of the imperial sea mountain that led directly to the Forbidden Sea. The Forbidden Zone was surrounded by the imperial sea mountain and was roughly oval in shape. Outside the imperial sea mountain was the 108 outer domains. Outside the 108 outer domains, there was a region without land which was the Forbidden Sea. The Monster Plant Royal Court also had an area connected to the sea. It wasn't that there weren't any experts who went to explore the Forbidden Sea, but in the end, they either died or were injured. Even the true monarchs were extremely vigilant and didn't dare to rashly go out to sea. It was not true that the Lord wanted to conquer the Forbidden Sea, but it was true that he wanted to seize the opportunity to break the blockade of the land of rebirth. As they spoke, they arrived at the Royal Sea Mountain. It was a grand canyon that was similar to the Forbidden Catacombs. In the canyon's passageway, an old man who looked like a fossil opened his eyes abruptly. Feng Mieshing glanced at him and sneered. "What are you looking at? Open the passageway." A god, general-level martial artist dares to block the passageway. If not for the fact that I can't be bothered, I would have killed you long ago. You've got guts. The old man did not speak. He glanced at Feng Ping and the rest, got up slowly, and walked towards the passageway's boundary wall. This was the powerhouse who was overseeing the human side. The 7 Southern Territory did not have absolute monarch overseeing it. There was only this old man. The old man did not exist to stop the true king from entering. His only purpose in overseeing this place was to observe the movements of the people from the Forbidden Zone. If the people from the Forbidden Zone went to the outer domain cities, he would not care. However, if they went to the bounded boundaries, he would immediately think of a way to inform the top powerhouses. If the people from the Forbidden Zone went to the bounded boundaries, it usually meant that they had obtained the token and wanted to try to enter. When that happened, Sino Nation would also send people in to stop them. As for being mocked by Feng Miesheng, the old man did not care. There were no top powerhouses here. Although he was a rank 9 powerhouse, he could not attack the people from the Forbidden Zone recklessly, especially such an important figure. Otherwise, it would easily cause unforeseen events. The old man began to open the passageway. Feng Miesheng was still sneering. He looked at Feng Ping and the rest and said, "When the land of rebirth's true king is defeated in the future, these people will definitely die. These fellows are just watchdogs. They may be god general-level martial artists, but they are nothing." The old man said nothing. On Feng Miesheng's side, the 2 rank 8 martial artists were extremely vigilant, not daring to be careless. After all, this person was a god general. If he attacked suddenly without caring about anything else, it would be very dangerous. In the crowd, Feng Ping glanced at the old man. He did not know him. He was not familiar with him. He did not even know his name. However, the other party had overseen this place for God knows how many years, enduring loneliness. Now, even when he was scolded by someone like Feng Miesheng, he did not say a word and endured the humiliation. Feng Ping suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. The old man was not a top powerhouse. If Feng Miesheng dared to scold him, only death awaited him. However, the old man was not, so he could only endure everything. Overseeing this place was actually the most dangerous. If the true king crossed borders, these people would be the first to die. The true king of the catacombs might not necessarily follow the rules. If the human powerhouses did not come to help in time, then these martial artists guarding the passageways would die without a doubt. Sino Nation only has a total of 15 top powerhouses. The 3 ministers are off and on the ground. 12 top powerhouses guarding 24 passageways. 1 person needs to guard 2 places. No wonder they feel so pressured. Fong Ping sighed in his heart. It was not easy for 1 person to guard 10,000 miles. They had to guard day and night. If they were not careful, a true king would enter. Once they entered, it would be a massacre. At the very least, the human cities in the outer region would be destroyed. The pressure these top powerhouses faced was probably incomparably huge. It was still all right in the past, when many passageways were not opened. When they entered, the passageways were almost all opened. The top powerhouses were far from enough. If I want to truly guard the Sino Nation area, I need at least 24 top powerhouses. There's still 1 passageway that hasn't been opened. Only 25 top powerhouses will be enough. He was short of 10 people. In the past 100 years, Sino Nation had only produced 3 desperate realm powerhouses. At this rate, they would need at least 300 years. And 300 years. Could the catacombs still give humans 300 years? They could not wait any longer. While Fong Ping was thinking about these, the world wall had already opened. Feng Yexing and the rest entered the world wall carelessly. Before they entered, they were also unkind to the old man, laughing and scolding him constantly. Fong Ping followed them quietly, not looking at the old man, until they entered the passageway on the other side of the world wall. Fong Ping turned back to take a look. Although he could no longer see the old man in front of him, Fong Ping seemed to be able to see him. His figure was not tall, but it was like an ancient demon, holding up this piece of heaven and earth. Wait a little longer. After a few years, I can go home. I don't have to guard here for countless years anymore. Magic City catacombs have been opened for 61 years. Perhaps the old man had been guarding here for 61 years, or even earlier. Perhaps the old man was already guarding here before the catacombs opened. Ever since Mount Royal Sea, he had never left the catacombs. No matter how the wind and rain battered him, he had never left. Fong Ping's gaze turned to Feng Yexing in front of him. This guy, he would kill him sooner or later. Initially, this idiot was so stupid that he did not have much intention to kill him. It would be a good thing if this idiot really became the lord of the royal court. However, this guy just had to talk. If Fong Ping did not kill him, he would feel suffocated. Chapter 7:23. After exiting Mount Royal Sea, the palace reappeared. Feng Yexing and the others led the group and sped forward. On the way, Commander Mu, he continued to introduce. We're going to the Qingyang capital city to rendezvous next. When we get there, you can freely choose where to go. Of course, if you're willing to be wandering warriors, that's up to you. The premise is that you can survive. Commander Mu, he sneered. Could 50 middle-ranked martial artists survive within the borders of the royal court? Perhaps he could, but he definitely wouldn't be able to live a satisfactory life. There were too many high-ranked powerhouses here. You're just a wandering martial artist. Where are you going to find resources to cultivate? As he spoke, the rank 8 powerhouse controlling the palace suddenly paused, then said loudly, Your Highness Ji Yao, we're just passing by. We'll leave immediately. Come out. In front of them, a group of people flew through the air, blocking the way to the palace. Behind the Magic City catacombs was not the Monster Plant's royal court's territory, but the Monster Life royal courts. Magic City's catacombs were under the jurisdiction of the Green Wolf King. From this, it could be seen which palace was bordering it. Up ahead, Ji Yao seemed to be waiting for them. Fong Ping was surprised to hear Ji Yao's voice. A gathering of old acquaintances. So fast. He had thought that he might not be able to meet Ji Yao this time. After all, she was from the Demon Life Royal Court. As he thought about it, Li Yi and Feng Yexing stood up and walked out of the palace. Fong Ping and the others did not follow him out. Instead, they walked to the palace's wide open door. In front of them, Ji Yao had brought quite a number of powerhouses with her. She swept a glance at Li Yi and the other man, saying coldly, "Did you meet Fong Ping when you went to the 7 Southern Territory this time?" Fong Ping felt helpless. "You miss me that much?" Li Yi laughed. "Ji Yao, Fong Ping wouldn't dare show his face. Besides, he wouldn't dare to show himself if I'm there." "Humph." Ji Yao's face was filled with disdain. "Who do you think you are? If it wasn't for the fact that your father dominated the region, do you think you're worthy of being mentioned in the same breath as me?" As for Fong Ping being afraid of Li Yi, that was even more ridiculous. Ji Yao couldn't be bothered with him. She asked, "Has anyone from Monster Sunflower City come?" Li Yi looked at Fong Ping. Fong Ping hurriedly walked out, treading the air. With a humble expression, he cupped his fists and said, "General Kuei Ming greets you, sir." "You're from Monster Sunflower City?" "My father is the commander of Monster Sunflower City's Imperial Guards. Have you seen Fong Ping before?" Fong Ping said hurriedly, "I haven't seen him before, but my father and Fong Ping have fought before, so I've heard of him." "You fought before?" Ji Yao's gaze flickered slightly, and she continued to ask, "Your Heaven Plant's lineage has fought with MCMAU many times, so you should have some understanding of MCMAU. Let me ask you, how much do you know about Fong Ping's deeds? Did he have any relatives? Did he enter the 7 southern regions? I heard that Monsterwood City was breached by MCMAU, and the main culprit was Fong Ping. Do you know how strong he was that day, and what was so special about him? Also, Monsterwood City has been forcibly occupied by MCMAU. Is there anyone close to Fong Ping among them now?" This woman had asked so many questions in a row, but Fong Ping's heart was slightly moved. Zhao Xingwu had escaped into the restricted area. Logically speaking, Zhao Xingwu still knew him quite well, and he also knew MCMAU very well. If he wanted to know more about himself, Zhao Xingwu knew a lot. Moreover, the evil sect had colluded with the catacombs, so he should have some information. Ji Yao asked herself, was it because Zhao Xingwu did not say anything, or was it because the monster plant's royal court did not give her a chance? Fong Ping did not answer, but glanced at Li Yi. Li Yi looked satisfied, smiling. "Since Her Highness Ji Yao has asked, tell her everything you know." "Yes," Fong Ping said quickly. "I don't know much about Fong Ping, but I've heard some rumors. I haven't heard that he has relatives who entered the 7 southern regions. But MCMAU's longevity sword is Fong Ping's teacher, and he's in the 7 southern regions now. Last night, longevity's sword even attacked Monster Sunflower City. According to my father, during the battle in Monsterwood City that day, Fong Ping's strength was average, but he had an indestructible space cast by the golden imperishable substance, which could trap a beginner-stage venerable powerhouse for a moment. That day, my father broke through the space, but he was surrounded and killed by MCMAU powerhouses, a space cast by imperishable substance." Ji Yao's expression changed slightly. She really did not know much about this. The last time she met Fong Ping was in the Forbidden Catacombs. At that time, Fong Ping's golden house was broken by someone in the Shishan Catacombs, so he did not reveal this. In the Shishan Catacombs, all the catacombs powerhouses who saw it were dead, so naturally no one knew. However, Fong Ping had revealed it once during the battle at Sky Gate. Many people knew about this. Ji Yao said in a low voice, "Can he trap a beginner-stage venerable martial artist?" Fong Ping said hurriedly, "That's right. My father is a middle-stage venerable martial artist, so he could break through the space that day. I'm afraid a beginner-stage venerable would be trapped for a moment." "What was his strength at that time?" "Suspected to be a venerable," Fong Ping explained. "My father said that it's hard to distinguish the other party's strength. At first, he was only a commander level, but he had a lot of imperishable substance, and he forged an indestructible body." Ji Yao knew about this. She pondered and said, "If that's the case, now that he has a breakthrough, I'm afraid he can trap a middle stage or even an upper stage venerable martial artist. Previously in the Forbidden Catacombs, Fong Ping's strength was also extremely erratic, but it was true that he was stronger than her. However, at that time, she did not see the Golden House, so Fong Ping could not catch up to her. Thinking of this, Jiao asked again, "Are you sure he doesn't have relatives in the 7 Southern Territory?" Fong Ping's heart was filled with hatred. Was this woman thinking about his family? He would kill her sooner or later. I don't think so. Monster Sunflower City has not been involved in the war for a long time. I haven't heard that Fong Ping has relatives in the 7 Southern Territory. As for Longevity Sword, I heard that he has found the Myriad Dao unification cultivation method. Do you know if it's true or not? Fong Ping hurriedly said, "I don't know about this." Beside him, Li Yi smiled and said, "It's probably true. When Longevity Sword fought before and last night, there were no signs of his vitality draining, so the news should be accurate." Ji Yao's expression was uncertain. She said in a low voice, "Li Yi, let's go to the 7 Southern Territory again. Let the outlying cities join forces and kill Longevity Sword." "I don't believe that Fong Ping will still hide after we kill Longevity Sword." Ji Yao, Li Yi said sheepishly, "Those city lords in the outlying cities might not listen to me. I still need my father's permission to do this." "Useless." Ji Yao scolded. She looked at Feng Yeshing with an unfriendly expression and said coldly, "You're also useless. Those 2 pieces of trash actually let go of the Longevity Sword and the Snake King. If not for that, how could Fong Ping have escaped?" Fong Ping was not the only one who had escaped. In order to kill Fong Ping, a true king from the True King Hall had fallen. Ji Yao's days had not been easy. Although the alliance with the Sky Plant's royal court was the idea of the True King Hall's true king, she was also the one who facilitated it. In the end, a true king had fallen. After the incident, the royal court was shaken, and she had suffered a lot. If not for her father's breakthrough to true king and her grandfather's position as the hall master, she might have been buried with him. The death of a true king powerhouse was not a small matter. It was also because of this that Ji Yao hated Fong Ping even more. It had become an inner demon. She would not be satisfied if she did not kill Fong Ping. Knowing that Feng Yeshing and the rest had gone out to the outlying cities today, and had even brought back people from Monster Sunflower City who had fought against MCMAU head-on, Ji Yao immediately brought people to stop them and ask. Being scolded by Ji Yao, Li Yi laughed dryly and did not reply. Feng Yeshing, on the other hand, snorted. "Don't talk about us. The last time you were in the 18 Southern Territory, didn't you also—" Feng Yeshing! Ji Yao's gaze was cold and fierce. She shouted, "Don't think that I don't dare to kill you." This time, King Feng was the leader, but it was Black Jade's grandfather who died. Why wasn't True King Blue Moon the one who died? "Ji Yao, how dare you? Are you questioning a true king?" Feng Yeshing was furious. Beside him, Li Yi also said hurriedly, "Ji Yao, you can't say such things." "I'm saying such things." Ji Yao gritted her teeth. The Heavenly Plant's royal court and the Land of Rebirth have been at war for many years. If Warlord wants to kill someone, he should kill True King Blue Moon. In the end, the one who died was Black Jade's grandfather. For so many years, the Heavenly Plant's royal court has not lost a true king. The first time the Destiny Royal Court joined the war, they lost a true king powerhouse. Ji Yao was not the only one who was dissatisfied. The entire Destiny Royal Court was dissatisfied. How many years had the Heavenly Plant's royal court and humans been at war? After so many years, it was not that a true king had not died, but at least not in the past 100 years. 100 years ago, there had been. Fong Ping had always thought that the Heavenly King Suppressing King had only killed one desperate realm monster beast. He did not know that a long time ago the Heavenly King Suppressing King had also killed a true king powerhouse. But even so, that was a long time ago. Both sides had been at war for hundreds of years, and the Heavenly Plant's royal court had lost a true king. The first time the Destiny royal court fought, their goal was to restrain the other party, but in the end they lost a true king. It was unbelievable. Ji Yao was angry, but Fang Ping was overjoyed. If that was the case, the aftermath was still there. His main purpose in coming to the restricted area this time was not to earn money, but to obtain some information and disrupt the alliance between the two royal courts. That was his main purpose. Ji Yao's indignant look seemed to make the entire monster life royal court uncomfortable. Do I have to pretend to be Ji Yao and kill Feng Mie and Li Yi? Fang Ping calculated in his heart. Pretending to be Feng Mie and killing Ji Yao was not very reliable. Feng Mie was useless. He alone might not be able to kill Ji Yao, but pretending to be Ji Yao and killing Feng Mie, he had some confidence. The key is to pretend to be a woman. Fang Ping shuddered in his heart. He was not that kind of person, but if the situation allowed it, it might not be impossible. Ji Yao was in the Monster Life royal court, while Feng Mie was in the Monster Plant's royal court. The two royal courts were very far away from each other. No one would believe that he would run so far to someone else's royal court to kill someone important, no less. Thinking of this, Fang Ping looked around with his peripheral vision. Needless to say, now was actually an opportunity. If he made a move now when these people met, Fang Ping sighed in his heart. What a pity. There were still 2 rank 8s here. Ji Yao's side was even stronger. There were 3 rank 8s, and there seemed to be a weak rank 9. Fang Ping was not too sure. The other's aura was not too strong, but it should be a rank 9. He could not kill so many people. If he had Old Man Li's ability, Fang Ping could attack now. Kill these people, pretend to be one of them, and escape in the catacombs. It might trigger a war between the 2 royal courts. After all, there were 2 descendants of the royal court masters here, as well as Feng Mie, the descendant of a true king. Ji Yao was unhappy. Feng Mie was extremely unhappy too. He growled. Ji Yao, are you saying that it's the king ancestor's fault? The king ancestor wants to kill Fang Ping more than anyone else. However, mysterious Jade True Monarch's unexpected death in battle was also out of the king ancestor's expectations. If not, Martial King and Pluto would not have left Mount Royal Sea. Ji Yao hated it. He hated it too. If it was not for mysterious Jade True Monarch's death in battle, which caused the true kings in Destiny Royal Court to waver and eventually provoked the Life King and Heavenly King to fight across the air, the Pluto would not have left so quickly. If he did not go out, the Pope of the Land of Rebirth would not have to hide too much. He might have already killed Fang Ping. When Zhao Xingwu arrived at the Imperial City, although he did not say much, some of the things that happened that day were still very clear. They could not kill Fang Ping that day. On one hand, something happened in the 7th Southern Territory, causing 2 powerhouses to leave. On the other hand, mysterious Jade True Monarch's death caused Martial King and Pluto to leave Mount Royal Sea one after another. The Pope dared not show up, which allowed Fang Ping to survive. Feng Miesheng, are you blaming Grandpa Mysterious Jade for not being strong enough and dragging you guys down? I don't dare to question a true king. Besides, Mysterious Jade True Monarch has already fallen. Both of them were very angry. Fang Ping, who was at the side, was muttering in his heart. What's with the nonsense? Let's fight. Both of them were idiots. It would be best if they fought. Feng Miesheng was stupid. Ji Yao was not that smart either. Their identities were important. If one of them died, the cooperation between the 2 royal courts would be in big trouble. They were stupid, but someone seemed to be even more stupid. In the crowd, Li Yi did not seem to care about their argument. When their anger reached its peak, Li Yi suddenly laughed and said, Ji Yao, the last time you went to the Imperial City, we still have a lot of places that we haven't visited. Why don't we find a time to visit again? After a few days, the Protector's holy fruit will ripen. Why don't we go and take a look together? Ji Yao's expression was cold. This idiot. She still had the mood to talk about this at a time like this? Ji Yao cursed in her heart. Feng Yexing's expression was also unfriendly. Fang Ping, on the other hand, felt a chill in his heart. Good Lord, pretending to be stupid and deliberately making a joke to make these two people stop fighting? Fang Ping was not the only one who thought this way. In the crowd, the rank 9 martial artist behind Ji Yao also glanced at Li Yi, thinking about something. They could not fight. With him here, it was impossible for both parties to fight. It would be troublesome if something happened to either of them. However, it was not easy to deal with two descendants of the true king arguing and getting angry. Now, with a single sentence from Li Yi, both parties had forgotten about what happened before. He did not need to intervene anymore. Ji Yao did not care about Feng Yexing anymore. Her eyes were cold and stern as she said, "In a few days, I really have to make a trip to Sky Plant City. When the holy fruit ripens, you two good-for-nothings won't have the chance to enjoy it, but I can still enjoy it. Also, Feng Yexing, if you dare to mention the marriage again, I will definitely kill you. A good-for-nothing like you is worthy of a marriage alliance with me? In the land of the King Wars, you surrounded Jiang Hao for many days, but you were beaten to the point of abandoning your armor. You are not even as good as Feng Qing. Feng Qing killed Jiang Hao in the land of the King Wars and forced him to flee. Today, you were beaten to the point of abandoning your armor. What a disgrace!" Ji Yao really looked down on Feng Yexing, a complete good-for-nothing. When Feng Qing was alive, although he did not manage to kill Jiang Hao, at least he chased Jiang Hao until he was on the run. Now Feng Qing was dead. Feng Yexing had taken over Feng Qing's power. In the end, the tables were turned. Jiang Hao was chasing after them. Feng Yexing's expression was livid. How could it be the same? When Feng Qing was alive, Jiang Hao was only an early stage rank 7. After that, he was a middle stage rank 7. But now, upper stage rank 7. Once he completed honing a piece of skull, he would be a peak rank 7. Back then, Feng Qing was already an upper stage rank 7 martial artist. Now he was considered not bad. With King Feng's support, he had entered middle stage rank 7, but he was still not as good as Jiang Hao. His ability was not as good as the other party. There was a gap of a level. How could he kill Jiang Hao? Feng Yexing's expression was dark. "Not just me, you guys are the same. Humph, don't compare me with you. Jiang Hao doesn't have the guts to kill me." Feng Yexing sneered. "If you were not with that rank 8 monster, let's see if Jiang Hao would dare to kill you." These two were all talk and no action. Fang Ping was getting impatient listening to them. However, he had to maintain a respectful attitude. This woman, Ji Yao, was not done with her questions. He had to continue waiting. However, 2 words flashed across Fang Ping's mind. Holy fruit! What holy fruit? Lord Guardian. Monster Plant Guardian of the Monster Plant Kingdom? Then it would at least be at true king level, right? The fruits born by rank 9 monster plants were already heaven-defying. A true king monster plant was about to bear fruits? Could he get some? Judging from Ji Yao's tone, it was difficult. Even Feng Yexing and the rest did not seem to have a chance, but Ji Yao could. Fang Ping made up his mind. If that was the case, he would rob Ji Yao. The fruits of a true king monster plant would definitely be heaven-defying. Then I have to go to the Imperial City, lest I miss the opportunity. I can't stay in the catacombs for long. What kind of stupid school is this? There's no point in going there. I have to go to Feng Yexing's side or Li Yi's side and be a qualified lackey. Li Yi asked me to guard the door for him earlier, but it's troublesome. This guy should be living in the Imperial Palace, right? Then, wouldn't that old fox from the Monster Plant Kingdom run into him any time? As for Feng Yexing, the chances of running into a true king are not low either. They're not to be trifled with. Thoughts rose in Fang Ping's mind one by one. These two people's status was not low. It was easy for them to run into true king powerhouses. If this true king was really interested and suddenly probed him inch by inch, he would be in trouble. Very dangerous. Extremely dangerous. Of course, a true king might not be that free. In the eyes of a true king, a person who was not even a high rank was not even comparable to an ant. If a human saw an ant, they might not be interested in skinning it and breaking its bones to see if it was male or female. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. These two people's status is high and they know a lot of secrets. In other places, even if I stayed in the catacombs for the rest of my life, I might not know anything. Only by following these two fellows can I find out more. Fong Ping calculated in his heart. He already had a plan. He would not go anywhere. He would just follow these two fellows. Feng Niesheng was an idiot. He might not know a lot. Li Yi, on the other hand, might know a lot of things by pretending to be dumb. However, if he interacted with this kind of person for a long time, it was easy to arouse suspicion. I'll decide after seeing the situation. When Fong Ping was done thinking, Ji Yao and the rest were done with their verbal attacks. Ji Yao did not care about Fong Ping anymore. A rank 6 nobody was not worthy of her attention. She had only asked some questions earlier. Ji Yao did not block the way anymore. Feng Niesheng did not speak anymore. Li Yi, on the other hand, was reluctant to leave. Before she left, she said, Ji Yao, remember to tell me in advance when you're coming to Sky Plant City. I'll go and pick you up. Humph. Ji Yao let out a cold humph. Li did not care. She entered the palace, still looking at her reluctantly. Without Ji Yao's obstruction, the rest of the journey was smooth. The palace was extremely fast. Fong Ping sensed it. Its speed was probably close to half the speed of sound. In an instant, it had exceeded 1,000 li. This speed could not compare to the speed of a rank 8 or 9 powerhouse going all out. However, powerhouses would put a strain on their bodies when they were rushing. The advantage of the palace was that it did not put a strain on their bodies. They only needed to expend energy and mentality. 2 rank 8 powerhouses taking turns to control, it could maintain the best condition. Fong Ping estimated that it was about 10 a.m. in the morning when he left Mount Royal Sea. It was not until 5 p.m. that they arrived at their destination. The journey was close to 7,000 li. The restricted area was huge, terrifyingly huge. The place where they were previously should be the border area of the 2 royal courts. Qingyang Royal City was also in the border area of the monster plant's royal court. They still had to travel 7,000 li. We're here. Come down. Following the shouts of the few chieftains, Fong Ping and the others in the palace walked out one after another. What came into view was an incomparably huge city. In the center of the city, there was not a building like the city lord's mansion. Instead, there was a huge square. At this moment, many people were resting in the square. Seeing that the palace had landed, dozens of high-ranked powerhouses came over using flight step, followed by a series of greetings. Greetings, your highnesses. Fong Ping did not care about these people. He looked around and roughly understood that this was the gathering point for people from the outer domain. Many middle-ranked martial artists looked over nervously. At a rough glance, there were probably no less than 1,000 people. At this moment, there were still high-ranked powerhouses dragging some people over here one after another. These people did not have the treatment of the palace. They were all directly using flight step to drag those middle-ranked martial artists. Fong Ping even saw that many of them were injured. Perhaps it was because they had used flight step for a long time. Their speed was extremely fast, and these people did not receive any protection, so their flesh was broken. Outer Domain 108. No. Outer Domain 107. Have people from the Monster Plant Clan cities all come? Fong Ping calculated. If every outer domain had 50 people like Magic City's catacombs, that would be more than 5,000 people. In the restricted area, middle-ranked martial artists were really worthless. Fong Ping was still thinking when Feng Meishing said lazily, "Make arrangements for the people from 7 Southern Territory. When everyone is here, let the major forces come and pick people." Having said that, he turned his head to look at Fang Ping and the others, shouting, "All of you wait here obediently. If you go out and get killed, you'll just be asking for trouble." After throwing these words, these people left quickly. In the square, very soon, a group of armored martial artists walked over. The leader was a rank 7 powerhouse. He was incomparably dignified, scolding, "Why are you standing there foolishly? Martial artists from all regions, go to your own place and stay. You're not allowed to wander around. Wait for the major forces to recruit people tomorrow." Fang Ping glanced at them and found a more serious problem. "I'm illiterate. I can't read. Damn it." This was a little troublesome. He did not know the words of the catacombs. He could speak them, but humans had not made much progress in studying words. Outer Domain 108 seemed to have their own arrangements. The places they were at were different. Right now there were about a dozen places that were still empty. Where should he go? Although Fang Ping was panicking inside, he looked calm on the surface. There were 50 people. What was there to be afraid of? He did not know them, but did these guys not know them either? He would just follow them. But this problem needs to be taken seriously. I can't read. I can't read some of the confidential documents I saw. I don't know the place either. What if I go the wrong way? This is troublesome. Fang Ping complained in his heart again. He had miscalculated. He did not think of this problem when he came. Fortunately, there was no written test. Otherwise, would he not be exposed immediately? Does that Kuei Ming guy know how to read? It would be great if he can't read. Fang Ping comforted himself. A rank 6 who could not read was just **T. He could only comfort himself. Please remember this book's original domain name. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor Mobile Version Website. Chapter 724. Qingyang Royal City. In the city square, Fang Ping was illiterate, so he had no choice but to move with the others. Soon, they reached a corner in the northeast corner. The plaza was open air, and the people in the restricted area did not prepare any rooms for everyone to rest in. To a martial artist, the influence of the environment was nothing. Fang Ping and the others had just arrived when someone approached them from the side, carrying a large parcel in his arms. Unlike the others who were cold and aloof, this person looked much more amiable. His face was full of smiles, and he was dressed in a brocade robe. It seemed like his status was not low, and he did not come from some outer city. In the outskirts of the catacombs, some of the aristocrats in the royal city would wear brocade robes or something similar to silk. It was not made of ordinary cotton or silk, but something similar to a demon plant's product. On the other hand, the residents of the outer city wore much more ordinary clothes. As for the villages outside, many people would wear animal skin clothing. One could tell the identity of some people from their attire. Right now, Fang Ping was not wearing a brocade robe. Instead, he was wearing a set of expensive Royal City Imperial Guard armor. The man in the brocade robe was not old. He was full of smiles the moment he arrived. "Are you all from the 7 southern regions?" "Let me introduce myself. I'm from the 6 southern regions, a neighboring region. My name is Jin Yuhuai from Hibiscus City." Jin Yuhuai introduced for a while. He did not care about Fang Ping and the rest's vigilance and indifference. Very quickly he smiled and said, "It's my first time coming to the palace. I don't know much about the other territories. Are there any land of rebirth martial artists over there?" Fang Ping's gaze flickered slightly. He quickly smiled and said, "Yes, do you have them over there too?" This was asking a question he already knew the answer to. Fang Ping knew where the 6 southern regions were. Dongwu Catacombs, 8 southern territories Donglin Catacombs, 9 southern territories Nanjiang Catacombs. Naturally, Fang Ping knew all these. However, He had never been to Donggu Martial Arts University's catacombs. He did know an elite student from Donggu Martial Arts University a long time ago. When he was doing a mission as a rank 1, he had met a student from Donggu Martial Arts University. Hibiscus City. Fong Ping thought about it. It seemed to be the city at the forefront of the war with humans. He had never been to the Donggu catacombs, but he had skimmed through the game Otherworld Invasion. This game was not bad. At least it gave people a general understanding of the catacombs. As soon as Fong Ping answered, Jin Yuhuai did not know if he was happy or disappointed. His gaze changed slightly. Very quickly he smiled and said, "So there are resurrected martial artists in the 7 southern regions too." Resurrected martial artists are everywhere. Have all of you fought with the revived martial artists before? As soon as this was said, Hua Beirong also replied, "No, we haven't been fighting the martial artists who have been resurrected this time." Jin Yuhuai revealed a joyful expression and hurriedly said with a smile, "Our Hibiscus City and the revived martial artists have been fighting for a long time. It's rare for us to meet in the imperial court. Since we have nothing to do, why don't we trade? I have a lot of rare items that can resurrect martial artists. They are very precious." As Jin Yuhuai spoke, he quickly opened his big package. The corner of Fong Ping's mouth twitched. "Everyone, do you see that? This is called the energy pill. It is an extremely rare treasure. Although the energy is not too abundant, and our cultivation system is slightly different from the resurrected martial artists, the energy pill is still beneficial to us. Resurrected martial artists rarely carry these treasures. It's really too difficult to seize these treasures. Vitality pill." Hua Beirong laughed and said, "This is not considered a treasure. When we fought with the resurrected martial artists, some people also seized them. There shouldn't be many, right?" Jin Yuhuai said with a face full of smiles, "The resurrected martial artists view them as treasures. They don't bring many with them. Even if you have seized some, it will be very little. At critical moments, they will still destroy these, right?" Hua Beirong nodded. This was true. Monster Sunflower City had not fought many times with humans. It had not been long, and the few times they had been defeated, they had not really seized many vitality pills. Moreover, the vitality pills that martial artists carried were only used to replenish their vitality. Once the battle started, they would be used up very quickly. Unless they were killed instantly, these would be destroyed in the end. This vitality pill is effective for middle-level martial artists. It's even more rare. Jin Yuhuai's words were extravagant. Soon he smiled and said, "If everyone is interested, 10 rank, 9 life stones will do." So expensive? In the crowd, the others were also listening. When they heard this, they were speechless. 10 rank, 9 life stones. One had to know that a rank 8 descendant like the Red Alder could only receive 3 stones a month. Of course, coming to the restricted area this time, everyone would more or less bring some resources, and the quantity was not small. Everyone was carrying a big bag, and it was all good stuff. Jin Yuhuai smiled and said, "Rare things are expensive. This is a treasure for resurrected martial artists. 10 rank, 9 life stones is not considered expensive." Fong Ping's eyeballs almost popped out. Damn, he had met someone in the same industry. Big hoodwinker? In the catacombs, a life stone was almost calculated according to a caddy. 500 grams. That was worth 300 million. It was impossible for Fong Ping not to be familiar with the vitality pill in this guy's hand. It was considered the best of the vitality pills, a rank 4 vitality pill. Middle-ranked vitality pills were actually very rare. This was because middle-ranked martial artists no longer relied on pills to cultivate, and the speed was relatively slow. A rank 4 vitality pill used to be worth millions. But now, with the increase of energy stones and in order to promote martial arts among the people, the price of vitality pills had dropped greatly. Normal vitality pills were almost down to 10,000 each. As for rank 4, the value would not exceed 1 million. 1 million. 10 energy stones for 3 billion? The look in Fong Ping's eyes changed. Was he stupid? Why didn't he think of that? Was there anyone buying it? There was. Just as Jin Yuhuai announced the price, a peak rank 5 martial artist in the crowd asked curiously, I don't think the energy in this pill is abundant. It's not even as good as a rank 7 life stone. 10 of them is too expensive. Is this helpful for our cultivation? Of course. Jin Yuhuai smiled and said, this is called a vitality pill. It mainly helps resurrected martial artists cultivate their vitality force. It's slightly weaker than us, but it's still very helpful for us. For low-level martial artists, the truly precious pill is the bone honing pill. It can speed up the process of honing bones. You can imagine how precious it is. We don't have this pill to help us hone our bones. However, this pill is too rare. Even if it's only effective for low-level martial artists, its value is not lower than this vitality pill. For us, the pill is more effective is called the 11 pill. As he spoke, Jin Yuhuai took out a pill and said with a smile, this is it. It's very helpful for honing our internal organs, but this is expensive. It costs 30 rank, 9 life stones. So expensive, everyone exclaimed. Fong Ping was stunned again. The 11 pill, F***CK, he had exchanged for this before. It was helpful for honing the internal organs. It was not cheap. It was 200 credits per pill, and this was before the credit system was reformed. At that time, 1 credit was 30,000. 200 credits were worth 6 million. It was too expensive, at least to Fong Ping at that time. However, after the credit system was reformed, some things dropped in price. The 11 pill seemed to have dropped in price too. Fong Ping did not pay much attention to it later because he did not use it anymore. Instead, he used the catacombs 100 honing fruit. This thing was more effective than the 11 pill. Even if it was 6 million, 30 caddies of energy stones was worth 9 billion. Fong Ping was really shocked. Was there an idiot who would buy it? It was 1,000-fold profit. Was there? No. However, at this moment, someone actually bargained. On Fong Ping's side, a rank 5 martial artist frowned and said, 30 is too expensive. I can consider 10. Fong Ping's fingers trembled. Your family owns a mine? You want to buy an 11 pill with 3 billion? You must be crazy. Even if most of these people were powerhouses' descendants, 10 caddies of rank 9 energy stones was definitely not a small amount. It might be their share for a few months. In the end, they used a few months' share in exchange for a pill, but soon, Fong Ping became thoughtful. The rarer something was, the greater its value. This saying was true. In the catacombs, energy stones were not considered scarce, at least for these powerhouses' descendants. If they did not consume too much and their mineral veins could be regenerated, it was not too rare. The rank 8 Kue Luo had accumulated tens of thousands of caddies of energy stones in 100 years. Most of these people were children of aristocrats. This time, they had also brought a lot of wealth to the restricted area, using 10 caddies of energy stones to exchange for a treasure they had probably never seen before. Even if the effect was average, they might not feel like they were at a disadvantage. Everyone had the desire to seek novelty. This person bargained, but Jin Yuhuai looked troubled. He quickly shook his head and said, that won't do. This is too rare. We got this from the dead body of a high-rank powerhouse after we killed him. Many of our men died. 10 life stones can't be exchanged for that. Brother, if you're willing, why not exchange for a vitality pill? 10 vitality pills are enough. Fong Ping gave this guy a long look. Unscrupulous businessman. What kind of F***king high-rank powerhouse would carry 11 pills and vitality pills? You could only fool a fool. At the higher ranks, these pills would no longer have any effect. Only a fool would run away with the pills. Human powerhouses wished they could not bring anything with them and go to the catacombs naked to fight. Middle-ranked martial artists would also consume these pills quickly. It was rare, but to say that it was obtained by killing a high-ranked powerhouse was bullshit. Profit, 1,000 times profit. He wanted to sell something worth $1 million for $3 billion. 3,000 times. Fong Ping suddenly had a thought. He still wanted to King earn money. Mining was so troublesome. Should he become a middleman too? There were many mineral veins in the catacombs. Energy stones were very valuable in the human world. But in the catacombs world, the prices might not be high. Although there were wars with humans in the outer realm, there were not many cities. Moreover, there were not many spoils of war seized from human martial artists. Humans were poor. These pills were indeed rare in the catacombs. Large-scale transactions probably won't have much effect. If there are too many of them, they won't be valuable anymore. But with the mentality of seeking novelty and selling them on a small scale, I'll definitely make a fortune. Fong Ping began to plan in his heart. The catacombs were too big, so big that there was no end to it. The population was at least tens of billions. Selling to a few thousand people would probably not even cause a ripple. If one person could earn 10 caddies of energy stones, a few thousand people, that would be tens of thousands of caddies. Fong Ping hurriedly began to check his storage space. Did he have these things? His storage space had been cleaned many times. He did not need many things anymore. If he did not need them, he would just throw them to the university. After a closer look, Fong Ping was really a little depressed. He did not seem to have any. No. Fong Ping searched for a long time and actually found a resurrection pill in the corner. Fong Ping had forgotten when he had saved it. The resurrection pill was also a good item for healing injuries. The first time Fong Ping saw a resurrection pill, it was used by that little rich lady, Qin Yunqi. She used it when she was only rank 1. It was extremely extravagant. A resurrection pill was also worth about 5 million. However, this thing was good for middle and low ranks. At high ranks it was useless, especially at rank 8, with the existence of imperishable substance. Resurrection pills were useless. They were not even as effective as a wisp of imperishable substance. At this moment, seeing that Jin Yuhuai was promoting his products, Fong Ping glanced at them casually and said lightly, "These medicinal pills aren't considered precious. The real treasure is a type of healing medicinal pill used to resurrect martial artists' resurrection pill. That is the real treasure. It is very rare. Unlike these pills, there's still some spoils. I think you guys probably didn't get any resurrection pills." Jin Yuhuai heard his words and was slightly stunned. Then he nodded and said, "This brother is right. I have also heard of the resurrection pill. However, that is a life-saving pill. Once in a crisis, resurrected martial artists will take it. There won't be any left." Fong Ping smiled and said, "I have obtained one before. I have always regarded it as a treasure. However, this pill is only useful for middle-level martial artists." Having said that, Fong Ping smiled and said, "I am not too far away from commander level. If anyone is willing to buy it, I can exchange it for 100 life stones." No matter how small a mosquito was, it was still meat. Fong Ping felt that he had to take the opportunity to sell it. 5 million for 100 caddies of energy stones, 30 billion. It would be too stupid not to take this deal. 100? Someone exclaimed, "That's too expensive." Hua Beirong could not help but say, "Kuei Ming, do you have this kind of pill too? But you don't lack life stones. Don't sell it." Others thought it was expensive, but Hua Beirong felt that Kuei Ming did not lack life stones. There was no need to sell it. This was a spoil of war. Perhaps it was also a spoil of war from Venerable Quilo's collection. 100 life stones were not considered a lot to Kuei Ming. After all, he was the only son of his father. Kuei Ming's net worth was no less than that of the average rank 9 descendant. Fong Ping smiled and said, "I happen to see Brother Jean selling martial artist resurrected pills. I see that many of you have not seen it before. If that's the case, why don't I share it with everyone?" Having said that, Fong Ping rummaged in the big bag beside him for a while and took out a crystal box. He smiled and said, "Is there anyone who is willing to buy it? Or you can exchange it with something else." Jin Yuhui glanced at Fong Ping. Was he here to steal his business? But then again, he really did not have a resurrection pill. It was not considered a conflict. Jin Yuhui came earlier than Fong Ping and the others. He had done a lot of business. He sold no less than 100 pills and made a huge profit. Now that Fong Ping had offered a high price, he did not expose him. If he exposed Fong Ping, he would be exposing himself. Although there were battles in the 107 territories, the Southern Territory had the most battles. Moreover, these foreign geniuses rarely participated in this kind of war. They did not know enough about resurrected martial artists. Even if they knew that these pills might not be good stuff, there would always be people who would be interested. Everyone did not lack energy stones too much. Thousands of people, he sold 100 pills. It was not a lot. However, the profits that he earned were probably only known by a few people. Both of them began to peddle their pills, and many people became interested. However, 100 was indeed too high. On the 7 Southern Territory side, a peak rank 6 martial artist haggled with Fong Ping for a while and bought his resurrection pill with 50 rank 9 energy stones. Even so, the other party was still quite happy. Using a year's worth of expenses to buy a life-saving pill for resurrected martial artists that he had never seen before, the other party felt that he had made a profit. At this age, a peak rank 6 martial artist was at least a descendant of a rank 8 martial artist, or even a descendant of a city lord. 50 energy stones were really not much. Fong Ping, on the other hand, looked a little pained, but he was cursing in his heart. Idiots! These guys were really king rich. 50 caddies of energy stones in exchange for a resurrection pill. They were willing to do that. Can this deal be done? After Fong Ping sold the resurrection pill, he was thinking about this matter. Should he sneak into the restricted area next time and sell some pills to make a fortune? If he sold too many, there would be problems. The catacombs martial artists could not get that many pills. Even if they fought with humans, they would not get that many. Once they investigated, it would be easy to find problems. Evil sect martial artists. Do they trade with the catacombs martial artists? Fong Ping suddenly had this thought. Some of the evil sect martial artists had entered the restricted area. The evil sect had cultivated so many martial artists and consumed a lot of resources. However, according to the records of companies like the Pill Company, large transactions were traceable. Logically, the evil sect did not have so many resources to cultivate martial artists. Although Lin Long and the others also mingled in the evil sect, the strength of their subordinates was not too strong. On the other hand, the big sect might have trade with the catacombs. As he thought about this, Fong Ping did not think too much about it. He did not bring any pills. It was enough to earn some pocket money. The key was that Fong Ping saw a business opportunity now. Some of the treasures in the catacombs were usually very difficult for humans to obtain. For example, divine fruit, 100 honing fruit, vein molding flower, dark moon grass. It was very difficult for humans to obtain these things. Some of them were even special products of the catacombs. Once out of this catacombs, there would be no more. However, now that all the people from other areas had gathered here, should he trade for some good stuff? At this moment, Jin Yuhui was not the only one trading. Those who came here were not too poor. If they were really poor, they would not have the resources to cultivate to the middle ranks. When these people came to the restricted area, they would bring as many things as they could. He needed to get some things done. He also needed to cultivate, so he could not rely on divine sect or dynasty to supply them. Fong Ping did not stay in the same place. Instead, he began to wander around. He had quite a lot of energy liquid on him. He compressed it and stored it in energy crystal bottles. This time he brought it with him too. Previously, he had exchanged about 2,000 caddies. Fong Ping purposely hid about 300 caddies. then gave Feng extinguisher and Li 500 caddies each. Right now, he had about 700 caddies on him. 700 caddies of energy liquid was equivalent to 3,500 caddies of energy stones. With so many energy stones, he was not considered poor. Among the thousands of people present, there would definitely be people who had brought more than Feng Ping. After all, there was no shortage of descendants of the city lords here. However, among the rank 8 descendants, Feng Ping should also be the tycoon type. Perhaps my purpose is nothing else but to take advantage of this opportunity to obtain more things in the catacombs that will be of great help to human cultivation, especially treasures that can enhance mentality. Even though the cultivation method of the brain core had been discovered, humans were still in urgent need of treasures that could enhance mentality. However, the catacombs valued this relatively more, so the price was not cheap. On the other hand, things like the 100 honing fruit and the vein molding flower that were helpful to middle-ranked martial artists were not considered expensive. These things all grew in the energy mines. Humans did not have the conditions to obtain these items in large quantities, but the catacombs did. This was also the reason why there were so many middle-ranked martial artists in the catacombs. Feng Ping began to wander and trade. He did not dare to buy in large quantities, but he exchanged for a few of all kinds of treasures, so it was not considered eye-catching. While buying these things, Feng Ping listened to everyone's conversations. These people came from various territories. Some of the things they discussed were also related to humans. They were all descendants of the higher-ups. Some seemingly unimportant information was extremely important to Feng Ping. For example, Feng Ping heard someone discussing, "Gigantic Willow Capital City has recently sent someone to discuss the alliance with us. Brother Liu, your Gigantic Willow Capital City has fought with the martial artists who were resurrected a few times. How are their strengths? Are they very strong? They're all right. I've seen a guy. He's quite fierce. I think he's called Wang Jinyang or something, but there aren't many powerhouses like that. I heard from my father that the king has already agreed to the alliance. This time when I return from the royal court, maybe I'll also have to fight the martial artists who were resurrected. Brother Bai, this time the king is preparing to surround and kill the land of Rebirth's Western Guardian in the Four-City Alliance. Is there hope? There's still hope. The royal court will send people to assist. As long as the other territories also contribute, it won't be difficult to surround and kill the other party so that the land of Rebirth has no reinforcements. But I heard that the Western Guardian is not far from the true king level. Isn't it too dangerous? It's precisely because he's not far away that we have to kill him. The Sino Nation's Department of Investigations Minister, Moon Prince, has already broken through. We can't let them have another true king. The royal court has already issued orders several times to surround and kill the other party. Feng Ping's pupils contracted slightly. Surround and kill Zhang Weiyu? When these people arrived in the restricted area, they were unscrupulous and would talk about whatever gossip they had. After all, they were in the restricted area, thousands of miles away from the human world. Whatever they said, it would not be spread. Not to mention, when they arrived in the restricted area, they might not be able to return. If that was the case, there was no harm in talking about it. Could it be that there were still humans listening here? The prodigies from various territories had nothing to do anyway. They gossiped for a while, and there were many topics to talk about. As long as it was related to humans, Feng Ping would listen carefully. Over at the Nanjiang catacombs, the cities seemed to be forming an alliance. Over at the Shijiang catacombs, there were people preparing to surround and kill Zhang Weiyu. Even the Shishan catacombs seemed to have some movements. Maple King seemed to have sent someone to find an opportunity to ambush and kill those human martial artists who were cultivating in Shishan City. Tens of thousands of martial arts university new students. Many martial arts university new students were cultivating in Shishan City now. There had been no war in the Shishan catacombs for many years. The most recent one was because of Feng Ping that some powerhouses were mobilized. But now, The other party seemed to know about the situation of the humans here. They knew that there were tens of thousands of human new martial artists cultivating in the city. According to these people, let the rank 9 powerhouses move first, luring away the human rank 9 powerhouse, which was Fang Yu. The other martial artists would gather in areas where rank 7 and 8 would not be able to sense them. When the high-rank powerhouses were lured away, they would surround the city together, ambush Shishan City, and kill those new students. These messages made Fang Ping's heart move. Shouldn't I go out now? There was movement in the catacombs. Maybe it was because of the recent increase in battles. These catacombs martial artists were not satisfied with peace and were beginning to prepare for a big move. But from what these people said, they were still planning. The alliance of the catacomb cities was not something that could be done in a day or two. It would probably still take some time. I still have to go out as soon as possible. Fang Ping calculated in his heart. Not to mention others. Zhang Weiyu and Shishan City had to be careful. Zhang Weiyu was now the number 1 person below the absolute peak. Nan Yunhua had entered the absolute peak, and Zhang Weiyu was not far behind. If they were surrounded and killed, the loss would be great. It was the same for Shishan City. Tens of thousands of new students had to evacuate at the last minute, but it was too late. If they were involved, some of these new students were aspiring martial artists, and they would definitely die. Also, they had to be careful of the Nanjiang catacombs. Right now, Wu Chuan was overseeing the Nanjiang catacombs. Later on, Old Fan would be overseeing it. He also had to remind them to be careful of the other party's alliance and to take humans by surprise. 1 month at most. I must leave within a month. Fang Ping calculated in his heart. According to what these people said, if it was an alliance, the time to attack should be near the end of the year. This was the time when the Shijiang catacombs would attack. At that time, some of the martial artists would evacuate, and it would be the easiest time to ambush and kill Zhang Weiyu. As for the Shishan catacombs, it might not be until the end of the year because the new students would evacuate at the end of the year. The catacombs were also clear about these things, and they might attack before the end of the year. Just these gains alone. This time I didn't come in vain. Fang Ping thought in his heart. Maybe this time he could take the opportunity to kill a group of people. Sure enough, what old Zhang said was right. After entering the catacombs, it was still necessary to listen to more gossip. Things that the catacombs martial artists did not care about might be earth-shattering news to humans. Chapter 725. While Fang Ping and the others were trading. Qingyang Royal City. City, Lord's Mansion. City, Lord Residence. Main Hall. A huge crystal screen appeared in front of everyone. At this moment, there were dozens of experts gathered in the hall. On the screen was the plaza where Fang Ping and the others were. Everyone looked at it for a while, and a young man chuckled and said, "This little thing is not bad. Who thought of this idea? It feels quite interesting. I learned it from the Land of Rebirth." A martial artist said faintly, "The Land of Rebirth doesn't have much, but it does have a lot of these messy things." The Land of Rebirth? That whatever great pope sent it? Not bad. It's all right, but there's no sound. It's not as convenient as the immortal God's detection. The indestructible God's probe can be easily sensed by others. This kind of image switching is more subtle. If it can be done on a large scale, next time we'll set up these at the entrance of the outer realm, including the Imperial Sea Mountain. Someone said solemnly, "At that time, if the revived martial artists don't discover us, we can choose the best opportunity to defeat them in one fell swoop." At the front of the crowd, Feng Nieshing smiled and said, "It's difficult. It's very troublesome to set up such a large-scale setup. Moreover, it will take a long time, and it will require a true king realm cultivator to use the undying god to solidify and then transform. It will be fine to fool those below the true king realm, but it will be difficult for those at the true king realm. If we hide ourselves, the other party might not notice us, especially at Mount Imperial Sea. That place is a realm solidified by the true king's indestructible God. The other party might not be able to sense it. That's true. Feng Yeshing smiled and said, "It will be interesting if it can be used on a large scale. Every move of the land of rebirth's true king powerhouses is under our surveillance. If we seize the opportunity, we might be able to kill a few true king powerhouses." As they spoke, Li leaned back on the huge chair and said lazily, "If we can create it, can't the land of rebirth create it?" Feng Yeshing said with a faint smile, "So what if I can create it?" "Their strength is inferior to ours, so they can't come to royal court. How can they monitor royal court's actions?" As for the outer regions, the difference in strength was also huge. Even if they could observe every movement in the outer region cities, what could they do? Would they dare to initiate an attack? As soon as he said this, a young man in the crowd suddenly sneered and said, "Why wouldn't I dare?" It was said that the 7 southern regions had been attacked many times, the 18 southern regions had been directly breached, and the 11 southern regions' divine generals had all been slaughtered. Feng Yeshing. Other people might say that, but not you. Feng Yeshing's expression was cold. He looked at the youth who spoke and said coldly, "Hua Yu, what is the meaning of this?" The youth called Hua Yu had a mocking smile on his face as he said indifferently, "What do you mean? Do you not understand? Feng Yeshing, if you have time, you should cultivate more. Don't go around all day." Was a commander at the middle stage qualified to inherit the position of King Lord at this time? Among the 16, you are the weakest. Even Li Yi is much stronger than you. What right do you have to fight for the Lord's position? At the side, Li Yi's expression was ugly as she snorted. "Hua Yu, royal father is not dead yet. It is not your place to discuss such things in front of this consort." Hua Yu didn't mind. He smiled and said, "Li Yi, I didn't mean anything by it. However, King Lord is not feeling well and still has to worry about the matters of the royal court. We also want to share some of the pressure with King Lord so that King Lord does not overwork himself. Moreover, we are not like some people. We remember that King Lord has sacrificed so much for the royal court. Some people are different. They are extremely arrogant and despotic. Even in the royal court, they are unscrupulous. In the previous battle of the royal court, every family suffered heavy losses. Hundreds of reserve commander prodigies were lost in an instant. If not for that, why do we need to recruit prodigies from the outer regions into the royal court? After all, these people were not groomed from young. We do not know them well. We have to choose again. Feng Yeshing's expression was ashen. Now, he was not the only successor to the throne. There were 16 people, some strong and some weak. The strong ones were even weaker than a rank 9. The weak ones were like him, who had just reached middle stage rank 7. However, among these 16 people, Li Yi did not have the support of a true king. Her father was about to die, so naturally she had no chance. As for the others, some of them were not weak, but they did not have a strong background. It was not easy for them to rise to the position. Feng Yeshing was different. His grandfather was the Maple King. Moreover, the Maple King had many good friends in the True King Hall who supported the Feng family. Feng Yeshing's ability might be a little weak, but when the Lord died, he could probably reach the venerable stage. A venerable inheriting the Lord's position was not considered too weak. After sitting on the Lord's position for a few years, he could also enter the divine general stage quickly and even comprehend the Tao of origin quickly. However, among the 16 people, there were still opponents. For example, Hua Yu. The other party was also a descendant of a true king. Of course, Hua Yu's true king ancestor was more than 7 or 8 generations removed from his bloodline. His status was not as distinguished as his. Feng Yeshing was furious, but he hated Fang Ping even more. If Fang Ping had not killed a large number of prodigies in the Battle of the Royal Court, he would have at least dozens of commander-level martial artists under his command. If Uncle Wang was not dead, He would also be a powerhouse among the divine generals and could support him. Now that Uncle Wang was dead, he could not go to the Maple King for everything. That would make him seem too useless. After a few times, the Maple King would probably be disappointed in him. When he thought of his father again, Feng Yeshing snorted coldly in his heart. His father could not help at all. Up until now, he had not even entered the venerable stage. This made Feng Yeshing extremely angry. Otherwise, he would not have made things difficult for him. Although the Maple King still had 3 divine generals under his command, these divine generals also had their own missions. The Maple King's royal territory was huge, covering 9 royal cities. Now, 2 divine generals were the masters of 2 royal cities. One was in the True King Hall waiting for the Maple King's orders. As for the Maple King, he could only order around a few venerable martial artists. This time, Feng Yeshing did not respond to Hua Yu's provocation. Among the people present, there were people from the 8 major divine sects and people from the 12 dynasties. Last time, many of these people from the subsidiary forces had died. Many of them were very dissatisfied with him. At this time, when Hua Yu mentioned the battle of the royal court, it was obvious that he was up to no good. Seeing that Feng Yeshing did not speak, Hua Yu smiled and did not continue. Instead, he looked at the giant screen and said, this time a total of more than 4,700 people were brought in from the outer area. More than 1,600 of them are warlord martial artists. However, many of them are useless. Some of the city masters from the outer area sent in, but I'm afraid less than half of them have actually seen blood. This time there are 8 dynasties, 6 divine sects, and 62 royal cities that came here. Everyone, please choose according to your taste. I have my eyes on a few of them too. Please don't fight with me, Hua Yu said lightly with a smile on his face. As the heir to the throne, it was necessary to nurture the forces under his command. He was a rank 8 powerhouse and now he had many powerhouses under his command. However, the more the better. He had to pick some fellows who had high hopes of becoming high-ranked to add in new blood. Only then could his force become stronger. When the Lord fell, the strength of the force under his command was also a standard to consider. For example, Feng Yeshing did not have many powerhouses under his command. Even if he became a lord, could he command the world? Without direct subordinates to do things for him, even if he became a lord, he would still be a puppet. The people from the various dynasties and sects looked at the giant screen, staring at some people. It seemed like they had already made their choice. Feng Yeshing stared at the screen too. This time, he also had to recruit some new blood. Among the 16 heirs, his ability was the weakest, and the force under his command was also the weakest. Soon, Feng Yeshing saw Kuei Ming wandering around in the crowd. Upper stage warlords were not considered strong. Even in the 7 Southern Territory, they were not the strongest. There were still 3 peak warlord martial artists in the 7 Southern Territory. This time, there were not many quasi-commander level martial artists. There was still no shortage of peak warlords. Among the 1,600 people, there were at least 100. However, after watching for a while, Feng Yeshing finally looked at Kuei Ming. He calculated in his heart. This guy dared to attack a venerable when he was only a warlord. Even in the royal court, not many people dared to do this. If he was trained well, when he reached commander level, would he not dare to attack a divine general? This kind of person was brave enough, and his combat strength was not weak either. As long as he could subdue the other party, he would be a good sword. Many a time, commander-level martial artists would not dare to breathe when they saw a divine general martial artist. This kind of person might not be of much use at critical moments. Feng Yeshing was watching, and Li Yi, who was sitting on the throne, was watching too. Warlords were not considered much, but the strong rose from the weak. Choosing these foreign geniuses was not based on their strength. It did not matter if they were weak now, but their potential. Kuei Ming is strong, has good potential, and is brave enough. Most importantly, he is not a bold but foolish person. Li Yi was also thinking. From the life fluid that Kuei Ming had given her early in the morning, she could tell that this guy was not a foolish person. However, it was not easy to submit to such a person. As Li Yi thought about it, she suddenly laughed in her heart. Kuei Ming was smart. He was not a reckless man, but he was not very shrewd. If he was shrewd, he would not have killed Red Alder today. Moreover, she was the Lord's son. She was more shrewd and more powerful than him. This guy had entered the royal court and had no friends. Who else could he rely on but her? It's good that he is not a reckless man. I do not lack a sword. If he is too stupid, it will be easy for him to ruin things. Moreover, she had personally gone to the 7 Southern Territory to fetch this person. He was also very clear about Kuei Ming's background. His father, Kuei Luo, seemed to have a good relationship with him. Kuei Luo only had this one son. Maybe he could bring Kuei Luo in later on. This way, they would have another venerable combat strength. There were many venerable powerhouses in the royal court, but there are not many of them after they were distributed. It was extremely difficult to subdue these people. On the other hand, if Kuei Luo subdued Kuei Ming, he would naturally lean towards her. The people in the basilica were still observing. On Fong Ping's side, he had exchanged for many useful things. There were a lot of specialties when people from the foreign territories gathered. In the past, Fong Ping knew that only the 100 honing fruit and the vein molding flower were useful to rank 4 and 5 martial artists. This time, he discovered a few new energy fruits. Some were even exchanging for life essence. However, there were not many of them, and they were expensive. Fong Ping did not exchange for them. After exchanging for some things, Fong Ping returned to the original place. At this moment, Jin Yuhuai had not left. Seeing that Fong Ping had returned, he said with a smile, "These things that Brother Kuei exchanged for don't seem to be very helpful to Brother Kuei." Fong Ping said nonchalantly, "I've never seen it before. I'll exchange for some as a souvenir. When I return to the 7 Southern Territory in the future, whether it's to cultivate or collect, it's not a bad idea." "That's true," Jin Yuhuai said with a smile. "Brother Kuei has the same thought as me." "Right, where are you planning to go this time?" "What about you?" "Of course I want to go to Tianji City." Jin Yuhuai did not hide it and said with a smile, "Perhaps it will be more difficult in the beginning after going to the Imperial City, but it will be easier to get to know some big shots, and there will be more opportunities. In the outer realms, people like us can only stay at the Commander realm for the rest of our lives, or at most the Venerable realm. If I want to enter the King realm—" Fong Ping frowned. "Be careful with your words. In this place, you must say Divine General." Jin Yuhuai hurriedly smiled and said, "Thank you for the reminder, Brother Kuei. It's almost impossible for us to enter the Divine General realm. We only have hope in the Imperial Court. But a true king was hard to find, and becoming a disciple of a true king was far too difficult. Where the Imperial Court is, where the Imperial City is, there are only some true kings active there. I heard that the True King's Hall is near the Imperial City. Maybe if there's a chance, I can go to the True King's Hall to take a look. Even if it's just serving tea and going to the True King's Hall, it's still better than going to those dynasties and divine sects. It's a pity that the True King's Hall doesn't accept people at all. I can only look for opportunities." Jin Yuhuai came earlier than Fong Ping, so he knew more. He looked regretful. He was also a rank 6 martial artist, the same rank as Fong Ping, upper stage rank 6. Such a martial artist would be a powerhouse in the outer realms. In the human world, he would even be a master-level powerhouse. But at this moment, he would rather go to the True King's Hall to serve tea and pour water. There were dozens of True King powerhouses there. There were too many opportunities there. If a true king took a fancy to him and took him in as a disciple, he might become a commander very soon. Venerable was not far away, and there was hope for Divine General. When he said that, Fong Ping's heart stirred slightly. He smiled and said, "Is the True King's Hall near the Imperial City?" I really didn't know about this. I thought the true king's hall was in the imperial city. That's not it. The imperial city is where the Lord is. The Lord is also not willing, If they are together, it will easily lead to some trouble, but the distance is not far. Also, the imperial city is too prosperous. The Lord, true kings need some peace, so they stay away from the hustle and bustle, hiding from the world. Fang Ping listened for a while and looked at him suspiciously. He said lightly, "Brother Jean, why are you saying this to me?" Jean Yuhuai smiled and said, "It's rare to meet someone with the same interests. Moreover, Brother Kuei and I are neighboring territories. Maybe we will meet again if fate allows it. In the future, once the bounded boundaries are opened, you and I will return to the outer realms. When that time comes, you and I may both be city lords, called kings and ancestors. When that time comes, you and I may even be able to form an alliance and fight side by side." Jin Yuhuai was thinking a lot. Both territories were neighboring territories, and there was a bounded boundaries in between. Once the bounded boundaries were opened, there would be no more obstacles. When that time came, they could travel together. For people from the outer realms, if they did not have a chance in the royal court, and when they reached rank 9 and there was no vacancy in the royal city's city lord position, many of them would plan to go to the outer realms to build a city, or simply replace a city lord's position. Many of those city lords from the outer realms went out from the restricted area. Of course, there were also people from the outer realms who came to the restricted area to gain experience and went back after they had achieved something. Fang Ping heard that and smiled. "Brother Jean, you think far ahead. That's true. If we join the same sect, we will still be brothers. Compared to outsiders, it is naturally easier to trust our fellow sect members." Jin Yuhuai smiled. "I see that Brother Kuei's killing intent is boiling. It seems like you have been through many battles. Among these people here, there are really not many whose killing intent is faster than Brother Kuei's. Don't be fooled by the fact that some of these fellows claim to be from the front line of the land of rebirth. They don't even have the smell of blood on them. How can this kind of trash be mentioned in the same breath as you and I?" Fang Ping's gaze changed slightly. He smiled and said, "Brother Jean, you have killed many enemies in the outer realms." "Of course." Jin Yuhuai smiled. "In the outer realms in Hibiscus City, we have been fighting with the land of rebirth for many years. Although the rebirth martial artists are difficult to deal with, they are not invincible." Jin Yuhuai boasted for a while about how many powerhouses he had killed and how many enemies he had defeated. Fang Ping, however, frowned slightly. There was a killing intent on Jin Yuhuai's body, but it was not considered strong. Was this fellow bragging? Over at Dongwu Catacombs, the battles were not considered frequent. According to this fellow, he alone had killed a few rank 16 martial artists. Bullsh *T. Dongwu Catacombs had killed a few rank 16s. How could Fang Ping not know? Rank SAXS were not cabbages. Jin Yuhuai was not old. He had not been a rank 6 for more than 5 years. 5 years, killing a few rank 16s. Did he think he was stupid? Fang Ping thought as he dealt with him. As they chatted, Fang Ping's heart stirred. Jin Yuhuai knew a lot about the human world. He actually knew about Dongwu Martial Arts University, knew about MCMAU, knew about the House of Governor, knew about the Martial King, the Netherworld King. This should not be. Even Fang Ping, who was in the middle ranks, did not know much about the Apex. Jin Yuhuai actually knew about it. Titles like the Martial King and the Netherworld King were only known when one reached the higher ranks. Even if Jin Yuhuai's elders were powerhouses, as long as they were not at the true king level, they might not know. Fang Ping suddenly stared at Jin Yuhuai. Jin Yuhuai looked confused. Then he smiled and said, "Brother Kuei, what's wrong?" Fang Ping said lightly, "Just now you said the land of rebirth's martial king likes to eavesdrop on secrets." Yes, Fang Ping's heart was in turmoil. Damn it. What was going on? An impasse powerhouse like Zhang Tao was also very prideful. Not many people knew that he liked to eavesdrop. Although many people in MCMAU knew about it, there were not many who knew that Zhang Tao had passed it down. Only people like Fang Ping knew that old Zhang liked to do this. He only knew about it because he had frequent contact with him. More than half of the Grandmaster powerhouses did not know about this secret. Among the hundreds of Grandmasters in Sino Nation, most of them had the impression that Zhang Tao was amiable, a good minister, and a genial old man. Only some Grandmasters who had more contact with Zhang Tao knew about old Zhang's hobby. But Jin Yuhuai actually knew. *T. There are humans who have contact with Jin Yuhuai, and it's a core figure. Evil sect? Do the evil sect martial artists know about old Zhang? Or someone else? Is there a traitor in the core? Fang Ping could not stay calm, but he smiled and said, "How did you know?" The matters of these true king powerhouses are not something we can come into contact with. Jin Yuhuai coughed softly and said with a smile, "My father said so." Your father is Hibiscus City's Divine War Army's commander-in-chief. Fang Ping understood. His identity was almost the same as Red Alder's grandfather. Kue Luo was the commander-in-chief of the Imperial Guards, while Red Alder's grandfather was the commander-in-chief of the external combat troops. However, even if this guy's father was a rank 8, he should not know about these things. Did Jin Yuhuai think that he had not seen the world? If it were a normal person from the outer realm, he would not think too much about it. As a frontline martial artist fighting against the land of rebirth, what was there to know about these things? However, Fang Ping did not forget that just a year ago, both parties actually did not communicate with each other, at least not in the outer realm. The real communication was only recently, after the catacombs language was popularized. Only then did both parties communicate. However, this kind of communication was currently limited to high-ranked martial artists. Middle and low-ranked martial artists did not grasp the language that quickly. There's something wrong with this guy. There might be a traitor in Sino Nation and Dongwu catacombs. Right, this guy traded a lot of pills before this. Even if the humans were defeated, he's just a rank 6 martial artist. Where could he get so many pills? Fang Ping did not think too much about it before, but now he felt that there was a big problem. What was the situation in Dongwu catacombs? While Fang Ping was thinking about these, Jin Yuhuai's heart was thumping hard. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? I didn't say anything wrong, did I? I was just looking for a topic to talk about. Did something go wrong? Will I be exposed? But this guy is from the 7 Southern Territory. I'm from the 6 Southern Territory. I'm not familiar with him. He won't know anything, right? Didn't I just trade a little with the land of rebirth martial artists? It'll be fine, right? The land of rebirth martial artists are all poor paupers. I'm just selling some stuff. It's not considered supporting the enemy, right? Although that was what he thought, Jin Yuhuai was feeling nervous. He would slip up if he said too much. Why did he say all this out of the blue? In the past few years, he had reaped a lot of benefits by trading with the resurrected martial artists. His father had more than 10 descendants, and he had a lot of siblings. Most of them were his father's children in his early years. Some of his grandchildren were even older than him. There were so many people. Although he was his father's son, the resources he got every year were very little. Helpless and coincidental, he managed to get in touch with the resurrected martial artists. He used some of the land of rebirth's specialties to trade in Royal City and got a lot of resources, which allowed him to quickly become an upper-stage warlord. The people in Royal City thought that he had killed the land of rebirth martial artists and seized them. He said that he had killed a few rank 16 and he was not bragging. This was how he reported his battle results. After all, he had never seen the resurrected martial artists he killed. In Royal City, he had made great contributions and received a lot of rewards. He was also valued by many people. That was why he had the quota to enter the restricted area this time. Otherwise, although he was the son of a rank 8 powerhouse, there were many people in Royal City who had a higher status than him. This guy doesn't seem to believe me. I shouldn't have said this. Do I have to silence him? Jin Yuhuai was nervous. He had only talked about the Martial King's gossip. Was there something wrong with that? Isn't this something that everyone knows? Jin Yuhuai wanted to silence him. Fang Ping, on the other hand, wanted to find a chance to capture this guy and interrogate him. Something was not right. Someone in the Dongwu catacombs might have colluded with the enemy. Even old Zhang's secrets were leaked. The identity of the person who colluded with the enemy might not be low. Don't let me find out who it is. Otherwise, I'm dead meat. Fang Ping thought about this and continued to chat with Jin Yuhuai. Jin Yuhuai also kept testing him, wanting to know if he was suspected. Both of them had ulterior motives, testing each other. Fang Ping even had his eyes on Jin Yuhuai's bag. There were so many energy stones. If he killed this guy, it seemed like he could earn a lot. This guy had earned a lot by reselling pills. Chapter 7:26. While Fang Ping and Jin Yuhuai were conversing with each other with ulterior motives. Earth. It was already late at night on the 3rd of November. Ministry of Education. As usual, old Zhang did not go home at all. He worked here day and night. If there were no important matters, the Ministry of Education was his home. He would not leave easily. On the table, the red phone rang. Zhang Tao waved his hand, and the phone flew up. On the other side of the phone, someone said, "Minister, there's some trouble." "Speak." "Jin Yuhuai has left the Dongwu catacombs. I don't know where he is. I've contacted him secretly many times, but there's no response. Last time, he said he might go to the restricted area." "Minister, I suspect he's already left." Zhang Tao frowned slightly. After a while, he said, "He went to the restricted area? I'm afraid this line is broken. Have you tried to contact other catacombs martial artists recently?" "Minister, it's too difficult. All these years, only Jin Yuhuai has taken the bait. We don't dare to test the others. We were worried that people would suspect Jin Yuhuai, so there hasn't been much progress. Since Jin Yuhuai has left, let's try again and get through this line." "Minister, this can't be done overnight. Now that Jin Yuhuai has left, we've lost too much without this line. In the past, we earned at least a few hundred caddies of energy stones every year. Now it's gone. We shouldn't have let him collect his merits. Now that he's gone to the restricted area, some of our plans are in trouble. We originally wanted him to enter the higher ranks and become a commander." Zhang Tao chuckled. "There's no rush. This kind of person doesn't care about race or country. If he achieves something in the restricted area in the future, maybe we can use him. But it's a pity that this kind of person is hard to find. It'll be hard to find a replacement." As he said that, Zhang Tao added, "In that case, martial artists from other regions have entered the restricted area recently. That's good. There's a lot less middle-ranked martial artists all of a sudden. It can also reduce our pressure." Having said that, Zhang Tao continued, "Since Jin Yuhuai's line has been broken, then find a replacement as soon as possible. A few hundred caddies of energy stones is not a small amount. Right? The people who contacted him didn't say anything, right?" "No." "That's good. Be careful with what you say and do to avoid trouble." Zhang Tao hung up the phone very quickly. He started calculating in his heart. Jin Yuhuai had also entered the restricted area. Would he bump into Fang Ping? Still, it was fine. That kid Fang Ping was very slippery. Jin Yuhuai did not know anything. It was just a simple transaction. Even Li Zhen did not know about Fang Ping, so Jin Yuhuai would not know either. What a pity! Zhang Tao sighed. All these years he had not planted many spies in the catacombs. Jin Yuhuai could not be considered a spy, but he was a rare talent in the catacombs. He was afraid of death, but he wanted to become stronger so he could use his brain. After working with him for a few years, Zhang Tao had earned at least 2,000 to 3,000 kilograms of energy stones. For humans, this was an incomparably huge gain. Now that this line had been broken, it would be difficult to find another one. It's a pity that I can't get into the forbidden area. Otherwise, I would be able to contact that fellow. Perhaps I would be able to find more clues in the forbidden area. Zhang Tao felt slightly regretful again. As for Fang Ping, he did not expect Jin Yuhuai to go to the restricted area. Otherwise, he could let Fang Ping try to contact them. However, he could not trust Jin Yuhuai. Otherwise, it would be more troublesome if he was sold. It's good that he doesn't know. Fang Ping's head is very valuable. If he knows, the possibility of Jin Yuhuai selling him out is higher. As Zhang Tao thought about this, he thought about something else. The Dongwu catacombs line had been broken, but the other catacombs lines could not be broken so easily. These fellows are getting greedier and greedier. When they reach the higher ranks, they might not trade anymore. Zhang Tao felt a little regretful. High-ranked martial artists did not lack these resources. When that time came, if he wanted to trade again, the other party might not agree. It was more likely that he would sell out the person he contacted. The catacombs whelps are all insatiable wolves. It's a pity that after all these years they haven't been able to corrupt castellan powerhouses, old Zhang muttered in his heart. He had not done enough. Otherwise, if they could really corrupt a few castellan powerhouses, that would be interesting. In the forbidden area. Brother Jean, I'm planning to rely on His Royal Highness Li Lu. What are your plans? His Royal Highness Li Lu. Jin Yuhuai whispered. Brother Kuei, His Royal Highness Li Lu is not very stable among the heirs to the throne. I heard that the royal lord, you're relying on him now, Fang Ping laughed. The more critical the situation, the better the opportunistic opportunity. If it were other people, other forces, middle-ranked martial artists like us might not be valued. That's true. Jin Yuhuai fell into deep thought. As he thought about this, he glanced at Fang Ping again and did not say anything else. The two of them probed for a long time. Jin Yuhuai was now a little suspicious. Could this fellow be the same as him? Had he also traded with the resurrected martial artists? As he thought about this, Fang Ping stood up. Jin Yuhuai was stunned for a moment. He said in a low voice, Brother Kuei, I'm taking the initiative to visit to express my sincerity. Fang Ping chuckled. Sitting and waiting is not a good habit. Opportunities still need to be fought for by oneself. Jin Yuhuai was shocked. They were kindred spirits. What a good word. Opportunities still needed to be grasped by oneself. If he relied on others, he might still be lingering around rank 3 or 4. I see that Brother Kuei came together with the two highnesses. Can you introduce us? Of course, no problem. Having said that, Fang Ping stared at his big bag and said with a smile, Brother Jean, when you do things, you still need to pay a price. Moreover, carrying so many things with you can easily cause problems. You and I don't know much about the palace. If we're targeted, it won't be a good thing. Jin Yuhuai felt a little pained, but he quickly smiled and said, Don't worry. When it's done, Brother Kuei will get his share. Brother Jean, are you sure you want to come with me? Yes, you're right. If we want to get a bigger chance, then we need to pay more. Since no one is optimistic about His Highness Li Yi, then we'll have more chances if we rely on him. The two of them looked at each other and did not say anything more. Fang Ping did not make much noise. He walked out of the square with Jin Yuhuai. Outside the square, a group of armored warriors was standing guard. However, Fang Ping raised Li Yi's banner and gave him some benefits. Very soon he received news from Li Yi and knew that he was staying at the mansion, the backyard of the mansion. Li Yi received Fang Ping and Jin Yuhuai in his temporary residence. Li Yi leaned on the chair with a playful look on his face. He smiled and said, Are you sure you want to follow me? This time, many dynasties and divine sects have come. Some people from the royal territory have also come. 16 highnesses, Other than me, there are 5 more. If you really want to follow me. Kuei Ming, Jin Yuhuai. Many people have set their eyes on you today. Jin Yuhuai killed many resurrected martial artists and generals in the 6 southern regions. Kuei Ming, you even dared to attack a venerable. Both of you are not nobodies either. Fang Ping's expression was solemn. He said seriously, Kuei Ming knows his place. I'm just an outsider. My strength is only an upper stage general. To others, I'm not indispensable. However, His Highness is in need of help now. I feel that His Highness's place is where we belong. My father is being ostracized in Monster Sunflower City. He wants me to stand firm in the palace. However, I don't know any other big shots. That day in Monster Sunflower City, it was His Highness who gave me the fountain of life to save my life. I'm willing to sacrifice my life. Li Yi said lightly. Feng Yexing also thinks highly of you. Why don't you go to him? Fang Ping sighed softly. His Highness Feng is a descendant of a true king. He doesn't lack subordinates. If that's the case, I'm lacking? That's not what I meant. Li Yi suddenly laughed. Kuei Ming, you're a smart person. Since you're a smart person, I don't mind saying a few more words. Having said that, Li Yi laughed. The battle between kings and lords is a battle of life and death. Since you want to follow me, you're going to die at any time. Have you thought it through? I'll definitely die. There's no use talking. Li Yi had a playful look on her face. How about this? Tomorrow, everyone will choose the outsider geniuses. Feng Yexing and Hua, you will also choose some people. Aren't you very brave? If Feng Yexing and the rest take a liking to you, how about you reject them and come to me? Not only that, some of the people they choose. If you kill a few of them on the spot, I'll take you in. Fang Ping's expression changed drastically. Jin Yuhuai's face was also pale. Kill a few martial artists chosen by His Highness on the spot? That would be a serious offense. No, they might even be killed on the spot. Li laughed. Don't worry, I'll get someone to protect your lives. It's just killing a few outsider martial artists. It's nothing. If that's the case, I'll trust you even more. You've cut off your escape route. In the future, you can only work for me in the royal court. Since you're willing to die if you don't even have the guts to do this, how can I believe that you're willing to die for me? If you don't dare, I won't make things difficult for you. You can go wherever you want. I won't kill you either. Ha ha ha, because no one will believe you. Fang Ping cursed in his heart. If I reject you, you'll probably kill me right now. This fellow was indeed sinister. They had to submit to him, and they had to hand over their names. If they killed Feng Yexing and the rest people with their personalities, they would definitely explode in anger. Killing them on the spot was a 100% choice. Moreover, Li Yi might not even save them. This fellow's heart was really evil. Fang Ping struggled for a moment and suddenly said, Your Highness, if I kill them, I don't care about my life. But my father might be implicated. If Your Highness can protect my father, I'm willing to die for Your Highness. Li Yi was slightly moved. She paused before smiling. You're really willing to do it? I'm willing. Fang Ping's expression was solemn. He said in a low voice, Since I've come to the royal court, I want to make a name for myself. The royal court is full of danger. I'm only a warlord. How can I make a name for myself? If I don't die today, I might die a violent death tomorrow. If that's the case, I'm willing to take the risk. Before my father left, he passed his life savings to me. If I return just like that, I won't have the face to return to the 7 southern regions. My father's biggest wish is for me to become the lord of the royal court. If Your Highness can become the lord, then my choice today might be able to exchange for the position of the lord of the royal city. Ha ha ha! How brave! How bold! You're indeed a martial artist who dared to draw his saber against the venerable one. Li Yi was all smiles. Why do you have to wait for me to become the lord? If you really dare to offend Feng Yeshing and the rest, you're strong enough. It might be difficult to become the lord of the royal city, but I can still agree to become the lord of the capital city. Don't forget, the lord of the royal city is my father." Feng Ping was overjoyed. He hurriedly bowed, beaming with joy. "I won't let you down, your highness." "Good." Li Yi was all smiles too. She then looked at Jin Yuhuai and smiled. "Jin Yuhuai, what's your choice?" Jin Yuhuai almost cursed in his heart. "What else can I choose? If I don't agree, I'll die right now. Damn it, didn't they say that Li Yi was useless? This fellow is very cunning. And that fellow Kuei Ming, he has caused me so much trouble. If I agree now, I'll offend the others. However, fortune comes from danger. Li Yi is ruthless enough. There's still a chance. After all, the position of the Lord cannot be decided by one true king. It's decided by all the true kings in the True King Hall, including the Hall Master. Although Feng Yeshing and the others had true king ancestors, they might not be recognized by the True King Hall. If one could become the lord of the royal city based on their family background, then they might as well stop fighting. The descendants of the Hall Master were more qualified than anyone else. At the thought of this, Jin Yuhuai immediately bowed. "Your subordinate is also willing to die for your highness. Ha ha ha. This is getting interesting." Li glanced at both of them and laughed. "Both of you are still weak. In the royal city, if you don't reach high ranks, you're insignificant. However, once you reach high ranks, it'll be a different story. If both of you really make a move tomorrow, I promise to help both of you reach high ranks as soon as possible." "Thank you, your highness." Both of them hurriedly thanked her. Li Yi smiled but did not say anything. There's no hurry. There's still a long way to go. Tomorrow was just an appetizer. If both of them really reached high ranks, perhaps they could do something more interesting. Feng Yeshing was only a middle-stage commander. In the royal city, no one dared to kill Feng Yeshing. But what about these two? I might not accept both of them tomorrow. Perhaps it'll be better to find someone else to accept both of them. Li Yi calculated in her heart. A wide smile appeared on her face once again. "Very quickly," she said. "Keep an eye on both of them. Inform me of their every move. If they cross the line, behead them." "Yes, your highness." The rank 8 powerhouse standing beside him responded and left the palace quickly. Li Yi picked up her teacup, took a sip, and chuckled. If both of them had any ulterior motives, they would be courting death. Walking out of Li Yi's palace, Jin Yuhuai wanted to say something, but stopped himself. He looked at Feng Ping helplessly. *CK, I'll be a fool to believe you. Feng Ping, however, did not bat an eyelid and continued walking outside. There were many high-ranked powerhouses here. There was even a rank 8 martial artist beside Li Yi who was watching them. After walking out of the mansion, there were many people walking outside the mansion even in the middle of the night. At this moment, Feng Ping asked softly, "Brother Jin, are you regretting it?" "A little." Feng Ping said softly, "Since you've made your choice, then don't regret it. Since we're going to take a gamble, then we'll take a big gamble." Jin Yuhuai sighed and did not say anything else. His expression was pessimistic. Feng Ping, on the other hand, had a half-smile on his face. He glanced sideways from the corner of his eyes. Li, her martial arts were not up to par yet. I didn't really come to the catacombs to rely on anyone. As long as the catacombs are in chaos, I don't care how it's chaotic. Feng Ping calculated for a while. Was the mission going to be completed in advance? That would be great. He could go back in advance. He just did not know if it would delay him from earning money. Chapter 7:27. In the blink of an eye, the sky was bright. Central Square. The martial artists from other territories had all arrived. Thousands of people were bustling about. These people were like goods, waiting to be picked today. These people stood in the square, while a palace floated in the air. The powerhouses from the House of City Lord yesterday were all in the palace now. In the palace, almost everyone was a high-ranked martial artist. Some were rank 7, some were rank 9. At this moment, in the palace, everyone looked at each other. Someone laughed. Who's first? Your Highnesses, please go first. It's just a bunch of martial artists from other territories. Moreover, this kind of thing can't be done by just anyone. Someone chuckled. The martial artists from other territories were considered important, but they were not. It was not a big deal. Moreover, these martial artists were divided into different factions. Many of them would directly join the faction their fathers belonged to. It wasn't just a random selection. As soon as this was said, Hua Yu laughed in the crowd. Since everyone is going easy, I'll go first. After saying that, Hua Yu flew down from the palace and landed on the high platform in the middle of the square. He shouted, "The King Hua region is recruiting 30 warlord martial artists this time. The King Hua region has 7 royal cities and 33 capital cities. Unless you're a warlord, you won't be accepted unless you've received a twice infusion of energy. If you're willing, hurry up. I'll only be waiting for a moment." These people were very straightforward. They did not mention anything about benefits. They only mentioned their requirements. Energy infusion was the same concept as human bone honing. Hua Yu's requirements were not low. Not only did he want a rank 6, he wanted a twice-honed one. Even in the catacombs, not everyone was twice-honed. Those who honed their bones once would progress slower if they did not reach a high rank. Everyone knew this very well. They also consumed more resources than others. These powerhouses were not willing to waste too many resources on them. Fang Ping was calm. Beside him, Hua Beirong seemed a little tempted. She asked in a low voice, "Kuei Ming, where are you going?" Fang Ping smiled. "Didn't someone come to recruit you last night? Since it's decided, why ask?" It was not as if these powerhouses did nothing last night. Many people had come to the plaza last night. Some of the genius cultivators had been greeted in advance and stated their conditions. Hua Yu hadn't mentioned anything about remuneration, but his men had come by last night and had even laid out some conditions. Of course, it was only targeted at genius martial artists. Fang Ping was among them. Many people had offered him conditions, but there were not many on Hua Beirong's side. She was just an early-stage rank 6 martial artist. However, there were not many female martial artists. Some powerhouses had special hobbies. Female martial artists like Hua Beirong were also extremely popular. Hua Beirong blushed a little when she heard that. Last night, a few envoys had offered her conditions. The treatment was not bad. Her father was only a commander realm martial artist. He had some status in the outer domain, but here it was nothing. If she could ride on the coattails of these people, she would have a chance of reaching the commander realm and even the venerable realm. In the outer realms, she could forget about entering the commander realm in her entire life. Even though he had already reached level 6, level 7 was still a huge challenge. Hearing Fang Ping's words, Hua Bailong hesitated for a moment, but still said, "Kuei Ming, we're from the same region and the same city. Yesterday, His Highness Hua also expressed his intention to recruit you. How about?" Fang Ping smiled. "I have a choice." When Hua Bailong heard this, she stopped talking. Kuei Ming was a genius in the outer domain, but he was nothing in the royal court. Hua Bailong did not hesitate any longer and walked toward the high platform. At this time, some martial artists in the crowd also walked forward. Hua Yu glanced at them, a hint of a smile in his eyes. The geniuses that he had his eyes on yesterday were all in his hands. As for the few who did not choose to go to the King Hua territory, he did not care. It was enough. Hua Yu was done choosing people. The number of people had already exceeded 30, but he did not care. If it was more than 30, then so be it. The extra people could be used to do odd jobs. Hua Yu had just chosen people when very soon another person landed. This time it was a female martial artist, also rank 8. As soon as the woman landed, she said calmly without the slightest trace of anger. The Zilluo Imperial region is recruiting 30 warlords and 50 people below the warlord rank. Females are the best. All male martial artists need to undergo a second energy infusion. Below the platform, Fong Ping glanced at her. This was also a successor to the Lord. Martial artists did not care much about gender. They only cared about strength. Strength, that was the foundation. This woman was rank 8 and had a true king ancestor behind her. It was only natural that she would become the Lord's successor. If Ji Yao was capable, it would not be a problem for her to take over her father's position. In reality, the chances were not small. Each family had 2 true kings, and one was a hall master. Ji Yao's strength could keep up. At rank 8, there was a high chance that she would become the lord of the Monster Life Royal Court. The Zilluo Imperial region's recruitment speed was extremely fast. Soon, a large number of martial artists followed. The female martial artist on the platform glanced at them. Seeing that there were enough people, she did not waste any time and quickly moved to the side with her people. As for the martial artists under her command, she did not care if there were any who were just there to make up the numbers. If they really did not meet her requirements, they were still middle-ranked martial artists. When they arrived at the Imperial region, she could hand over some dangerous tasks to them. If they died, then so be it. At least she would have a few free labors. In the palace, Feng Miesheng glanced at Li Yi and said lightly, "Li Yi, do you want to go first or should I?" Li Yi smiled. "You go first. I am not in a hurry." Feng Miesheng glanced at her and laughed. He was extremely playful. Without another word, he landed on the platform and shouted, "The Maple Imperial region is recruiting 50 warlords. They only want warlords. Hurry up." As soon as he said that, a large group of warlord powerhouses walked out one after another. Feng Miesheng suddenly looked at Fong Ping and asked lightly, "Kuei Ming, what about you?" Fong Ping replied calmly, "Thank you for your kind intentions, Your Highness. I have already made my choice." "Humph." Feng Miesheng snorted coldly and ignored him. Beside him, Hua Yu and the female rank 8 were smiling. This was interesting. Feng Miesheng had taken a liking to the other party and even named him. It was a pity that he was rejected. This was a harsh slap to the face. Hua Yu sneered inwardly. He had asked someone to ask Fong Ping, but the other party did not agree. He did not care either. However, he did not name anyone. It did not matter if they came or not. Feng Miesheng was the one asking for humiliation. However, a mere warlord martial artist had the guts to reject Feng Miesheng in front of him. With Feng Miesheng's personality, this Kuei Ming fellow would be in big trouble sooner or later. At this moment, Jin Yuhuai, who was beside Fong Ping, squeezed his way over carefully. He glanced at Fong Ping, his expression conflicted. Fong Ping ignored him. After a while, everyone on Feng Miesheng's side had arrived. It was only then that Lian landed lazily. She smiled faintly and said, "Send 20 people. They have to be warlords. Anyone." Below the platform, Fong Ping started walking. Lian smiled and looked at Feng Miesheng beside her. She said, casually, "I'll let you have this fellow. I'm not interested in an insensible fellow." "No need." Feng Miesheng's expression was cold. Lian smiled again. "Up to you. If you're interested, you can take him with you any time. I was thinking of asking him to guard the door for me. With his insensible character, who knows how much trouble he will bring to me? I'll arrange for him to be sent to the Beast Palace later." The Beast Palace was a place where monsters were kept. The Monster Plant's royal court did not use monsters as mounts. However, they still kept them and killed them for a taste. Lian did not seem to care. Her gaze was fixed on Fong Ping, a faint smile in her eyes. "Make your move." Feng Miesheng had been too ostentatious recently. It was time for him to suffer a little. Did he really think that his father had fallen? Below the platform, Fong Ping held the Chongdao at his waist as he walked. He was not in a hurry to get on the platform. When he reached the bottom of the platform, Fong Ping paused for a moment. He waited for other martial artists to approach him before he continued walking. After all, Lian was the Lord King's son. There were still people who relied on him. There were quite a lot of people, close to 30. Just as he was about to reach Lian, the energy fluctuations on Fong Ping's saber suddenly intensified. Lian smiled. She looked indifferent, as if she did not feel it. Beside her, Feng Niesheng's expression changed slightly. He did not speak. Kago! The next moment, Fong Ping roared. The energy on the Chongdao was extremely powerful. There were even faint mentality fluctuations. Destroy! As soon as Fong Ping's Chongdao appeared, he roared again and slashed in all directions. At this moment, everyone was on the platform unguarded. There were people from dynasty, divine sect, and a few royal highnesses. No one thought that anyone would dare to make a move here. However, someone dared to do so now. Thud, 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 a series of sounds of metal entering bodies rang out. Around Fong Ping, the heads of more than 10 martial artists who were initially on the platform fell instantly. Behind him, Jin Yu Huai, whose nose had been slashed by the saber, retreated hastily because he was prepared. His face was full of fear and shock. F***CK. What was going on? This guy must have killed the wrong person, right? He killed the people recruited by Feng Niesheng, not the people recruited by Lian. Kui Ming. At this moment, Li An's face suddenly turned ashen. She stretched out her hand to grab Fong Ping. Feng Niesheng suddenly roared with laughter, and then he instantly attacked as well. Rumble. His energy exploded. Fong Ping hurriedly jumped behind Feng Niesheng and said in an unusually calm voice, "Your Highness, Lian, I was originally following you with sincerity. However, you were narrow-minded and insisted that I kill His Highness's subordinates in front of everyone. You even tried to kill His Highness Feng. I was willing to follow your Highness because you are broad-minded. Since your Highness wants me to cut off my path of retreat, then I will follow your Highness's wishes." At this moment, Feng Niesheng also laughed loudly. "Lian, what a scheme! I have underestimated you. However, why didn't you think that you could compare to me? You're just a piece of trash. How dare you scheme against me at this time? You've overestimated yourself. I knew that you were up to no good and were just putting on an act. I didn't expect you to reveal your true colors so easily. What a joke!" Feng Niesheng was very pleased. At this moment, Hua Yu and the rest also looked at Li, and Lian did not attack again. Her expression did not change. Suddenly, she chuckled. "Feng Niesheng, are you trying to scheme against me? Is it fun to put on an act?" Feng Niesheng sneered and said, "Plot against you? You're not worthy. Still trying to pretend? Do you really think that I don't know everything? I know everything about it, including when you deliberately released the Snake King and the Longevity Sword in the 7 southern regions. Do you think that I don't know? What a joke! Kue Luo saw everything you did that day. He had already asked Kue Ming to inform me. Do you think that your scheme will succeed? Kue Ming went to your side yesterday because I wanted him to test you. Initially, I wanted Kue Ming to go to your side and understand more about the situation. I didn't expect you to expose yourself so easily. As expected, you've been acting all along. Today, I'll expose your true colors and let everyone see how ridiculous you are. Pretending to be crazy? Without strength, everything is meaningless. Ha ha ha, you're acting. You might not be the one acting. What a scheme! What a scheme! I've been thinking all this while. How could I have let Fong Ping escape when I made such thorough arrangements? So, you're the one who instructed me in the dark. No, perhaps you're not qualified. Feng Niesheng sneered. There was a slight commotion in the crowd. His words were too obvious. Feng Niesheng said that Li Yi had been acting all along and deliberately let Fong Ping go. However, Li Yi did not have the confidence, strength, or capital to do so. Then, it was obvious who was the one who instructed him in the dark. Li Yi's expression changed. She said mildly, "Feng Miesheng, you're useless. Don't push everything to me." "Ha ha ha, Li Yi, I'm useless, but you're not. You have the demeanor of the royal lord when he was young." The royal lord was also a hero of his generation. I was wondering how the royal lord's son could be so useless. Feng Miesheng said coldly. The royal lord used all his strength to kill Feng Ping this time. The hatred between me and Feng Ping is as deep as the sea. I wouldn't let him go on purpose. That day, I already felt that something was wrong. You have no grudge against Feng Ping. Why did you have to kill the longevity sword? So you were waiting for me. You've been hiding in the imperial city for so many years. Now, you want to go to the 7 southern regions. You've already made preparations. Li Yi, no matter how many schemes you have, they're still just schemes. Do you think you can fool everyone? If you look closely, there are loopholes everywhere. Beside him, Feng Ping despised him in his heart. Loopholes, my ass. If I don't tell you, what do you, an idiot, know? Fine. The more this idiot says, the better. Isn't it just making the catacombs chaotic? That works too. Li Yi, this fellow. Does he think that if a rank 8 keeps an eye on me, I won't be able to leak information? Idiot. Feng Ping despised him secretly. Doesn't he know that I've already sided with Feng Miesheng? Of course. Feng Ping was prepared to be a double agent in advance. He would side with Feng Miesheng in secret, then side with Li Yi. To him, it made no difference who he sided with. He would not stay here for long anyway. In the end, Li Yi insisted that he hand over the proof of his allegiance. Feng Ping thought that he might as well take the opportunity to act. Feng Miesheng, this idiot, might not have believed what he said earlier. Now a rank 8 powerhouse kept an eye on him yesterday. Feng Miesheng must have seen it, right? Feng Ping waited for Feng Miesheng to speak for a while before saying hurriedly, "Your Highness, it wasn't just me yesterday. Jin Yuhuai was there too. He also knows that Your Highness Li Yi ordered us to kill the people you recruited." As soon as he said that, Jin Yuhuai, who was behind him, was horrified. He shouted immediately, "Your Highness, Foam, I didn't mean that." Before he could finish his sentence, Jin Yuhuai suddenly slashed with his sword, killing the few people beside him who were similarly retreating. After killing the other party, he immediately ran behind Feng Miesheng and said loudly, "Your Highness, I felt that something was wrong last night. I wanted to contact Your Highness, but Your Highness Li Yi sent people to track us. Left with no choice, I decided to kill a few people on the spot today to show my loyalty." Feng Ping shot him a look. His desire to live was very strong. How could he do something like this? At this moment, Li Yi's expression was ashen. It was just a small matter. He did not pay much attention to it. In the end, he was schemed against by 2 small fries. Schemed against by this idiot Feng Miesheng. At this moment, Huai Yu and the rest who were standing at the side also looked surprised, looking at Li Yi. Feng Miesheng did not care about Jin Yuhuai. He sneered and said, "Only those who are not capable would play such tricks. Li Yi, I don't care about this. I only sent people to test you because I suspected you. However, you're the Lord's son. I won't hold it against you. However, now that I've returned to the palace, there are some things that I need to investigate. The palace has been at war for many years. In recent years, the land of rebirth has repeatedly gained the upper hand. This situation seems to have started more than 10 years ago. All these years, the Lord seems to not care about these things, whether he really doesn't care about it or not. After the Lord was seriously injured, the palace fell into a disadvantageous position. There's a reason for this. Everyone froze again. Feng Miesheng's words made everyone think again. What did he mean? Did the Lord deliberately put the palace in a disadvantageous position? To show his importance? No. Everyone could not help but think about it. Perhaps it was because they were in a disadvantageous position that the palace did not launch a large-scale attack. If they did not launch a large-scale attack, the Lord would not need to expend too much energy. Otherwise, a seriously injured Lord would not have the ability and energy to lead the palace to launch such a war. When that time came, the Lord's position would definitely fall. Moreover, the palace fell into a disadvantageous position after the Lord was seriously injured. This was enough to prove the Lord's great foresight. It made people feel that the Lord was a hero in the past. If that was the case, some of the true kings might also want to find a way to help the Lord recover from his injuries. Right now, everyone was thinking about many things. However, no one said anything. Actually, there was another point. In recent years, it was mainly the Maple King and the others who were in charge of the palace. After a true king like the Maple King took charge of the palace, he did not achieve anything. Instead, he kept failing. This also dealt a blow to the prestige of the true kings like the Maple King. The Maple King had always been at odds with the Lord. Back when Feng Jiuqing had not achieved the origin path, the Maple King had also thought of making Feng Jiuqing the Lord, but he failed in the end. Nonsense. Li Yi was slightly terrified. She yelled, "Feng Miesheng, how dare you slander me? I've already given up on the fight for the Lord's position. Are you so eager to get rid of your opponent?" Feng Miesheng was still quite astute. He sneered, "I'm eager? I'm slandering you? Do I need to? Some things can be left unchecked. If you do, there will be traces, including the death of the mystic Jade true monarch. Watch your words." At this time, a rank 9 powerhouse in the air suddenly roared. Internal disputes could be discussed, but when it involved the death of a true monarch, and it was the death of a true monarch of the Destiny Royal Court, it must not be spoken of carelessly. If word got out, it would be a big deal. As soon as he finished speaking, the rank 9 powerhouse's eyes flashed fiercely. Rumble. A loud explosion was heard. Other than Fang Ping and the others who had been chosen, the rest of the people below the stage suddenly exploded. Fang Ping's pupils contracted sharply. How ruthless! Thousands of people. Thousands of middle-ranked martial artists. This rank 9 had actually unleashed his aura, crushing this group of people to death directly. Some of the rank 6 martial artists who were still alive did not manage to escape in time. A divine weapon suddenly appeared in the rank 9 powerhouse's hand. The divine weapon pierced through the void, killing some of the martial artists who were still alive in an instant. It was only the second day of these foreign geniuses coming to the restricted zone, and only a few of them were left. At this moment, the rest of the people who were still alive were as silent as cicadas in winter, their faces pale. At this moment, this rank 9 powerhouse stared at Fang Ping and the rest, saying coldly, "Your Highnesses, you can't speak carelessly. No matter what the truth is, I believe that everyone here will keep their mouths shut. But these people from the foreign domain..." Fang Ping cursed wildly in his heart. When Feng Miesheng said this, he felt very pleased. This idiot dared to say anything. However, at this time they were in trouble. He was going to kill them to keep their mouths shut. P.S. Recommending a new book. I have a cheat classic of mountains and seas, a newcomer's new book. Brothers, please bookmark it and support it. Genius in a second. Remember this site's address. Mobile version